Hi, good evening. And thank you for joining us for this Tuesday, May 24th meeting of the Board of Education for Ventura Unified School District. I am Sabrina Rodriguez, currently serving as president, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. Dr. Rice, do we have any need to amend the agenda?
Yes, at this time, I have two items for your consideration, Board President Rodriguez. Staff would respectfully request moving item 16A, which is the audit report, up to right after closed session between items 10 and 11 so that our guest from outside the area can come and make that presentation. And then in addition, we also will be hearing from a guest on item 15D, our bond counsel, John Isom, and we would recommend moving 15D to the beginning of the action items 15A so he can get in and do that item and then check out.
Okay, so I'm moving up 15D to 15A.
Okay. And then 16A, let's move that right in between 10 and 11.
Okay. Between 10 and 11. Oh, so yeah. before the good news.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just making a note of that. And I'm doing it on my screen, so it takes me forever. Okay, great. So with those changes, do I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson? Okay. I'm so sorry. I think it was muted. Trustee Peterson?
I think he's...
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great, thank you. So the board will go into closed session where we will discuss public employee appointment for special education executive director, conference with conference with labor negotiators pursuant to government code 54957.6. Both with VESPA and VUEA, our two employee associations. We'll discuss public employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to government code 54957B, and conference with real property negotiations regarding Washington School. Do I have a motion to go to closed session?
Did we have public comment on closed session items? Okay, sorry.
Is that a motion?
Oh,
sorry. Did you?
We do have someone in attendance, so I do want to put it out there. If at this time anyone would like to give a public comment, please use the raise hand icon at the bottom of the screen. We do not have public comment at this time.
Great, thank you. So do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great. So we will adjourn to closed session. Mr. Peterson, you should have a link in the in your calendar tab. Okay, see you guys there. Hi, good evening. My name is Sabrina Rodriguez. I'm president of the Board of Education for Ventura Unified. And I want to thank you for joining us on this regularly scheduled board meeting, May 24th. If you would please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. And after the pledge, if you would please remain standing, we would like to take a moment of silence in honor of today's victims of a school shooting, 18 students and one teacher who lost their lives today in a senseless act of violence. So please join me in standing. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And again, please remain standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. During this Mental Health Awareness Month, and at a time when all of our schools are closing the gap on summer, it's just really heartbreaking to know that there are families who are experiencing this kind of loss. So thank you for standing with us, and thank you for keeping their families in your thoughts and prayers. Sorry, now I'm all Miss Dawn, would you please take roll?
Sure, I'd be happy to. President Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Vice President Dr. Jerry Dannenberg.
Here.
Trustee Miss Amy Callahan.
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Miss Velma Lomax.
Here.
Trustee Mr. Calvin Peterson.
Here.
Superintendent Dr. Roger Rice.
Here.
Student Board Member Karime Fierros.
Here.
Student Board Member Sierra Sanchez Rosales.
Here.
Student Board Member Danielle Shu.
Here.
And Student Board Member Sophia Green.
Here.
Thank you.
Great. So you might have noticed there was a new name read this evening in our trustee lineup, and we are beyond thrilled to welcome Mr. Calvin Peterson as our new trustee. Calvin joins us as a parent of two VUSD students and someone who's been involved over the last few years in supporting our district in a number of ways. And Mr. Peterson, I just wanted to give you a chance to introduce yourself to the community.
Hello, everyone, and I'm very excited to be here. Obviously, it's a learning process, and I've already absorbed a lot, but I'm just happy to serve. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me.
Great. Thank you so much. We wanted to also just extend our gratitude to all of those who applied to replace Matt Alvarez as the trustee for that area. We had really outstanding candidates and people who loved our schools and wanted to serve. So we feel really grateful to have such an engaged community. And welcome, Calvin. We look forward to having you participate with us for the next few years. So now it falls to me to report on action taken in closed session. And let me get to that. The board took action in closed session to approve the appointment of Neil Varani as the new Executive Director for Special Education. The motion was made by Ms. Callahan and seconded by Dr. Dannenberg, and support for the motion was unanimous. We are very excited to be filling this important position with someone who's so talented, and we will invite Mr. Varani back at a future meeting to introduce him to the community. So, Dr. Rice, good news.
Actually, we for the public's edification, we had recommended 2 adjustments to the agenda during the adoption of the agenda. So we would ask for item 16A.
Yes, thank you. I only wrote it in great big red letters on my agenda and then completely skipped over it. So thank you for the reminder. Yes, so prior to our closed session, the board moved 2 agenda items. We moved item 16A up to before item 11. And for those who are watching, we also moved item 15D to up before 15A. So item 16D, Dr. Chandler.
Thank you so much. And tonight we have with us our auditor who, through great feats, got through our audit. Mr. Taylor Ulrich, can you say hello wherever you are?
Well, thank you.
There you go. You popped to the front of the screen. Perfect. So I am going to turn it over to our auditor. Ms. Campbell and myself might interject at certain points, but Taylor, you should have the ability to share your screen, and please go for it.
Okay. Is my screen sharing? Does it show a presentation slide?
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
All right. Well, good evening. Thank you for inviting me to this evening to review again the results of the district's annual audit report. My name is Taylor Ulrich. I'm a signing director with the audit firm Clifton Larson Allen, and yeah, it was quite the year. We're still kind of, as we all are, we're still trying to get through this, the COVID and the impacts of COVID. It caused our audit to start late this year, and actually took us, there were some extensions that had to occur, but we got it done, and it was a lot of work dealing with a lot of different departments and a lot of help from the district and gathering the information, oftentimes remotely. But we were able to come out a couple times, but even at the school sites, there was, this year, in addition to those challenges, the district implemented a new accounting standard that was required, GASB 84. There was required one-time state compliance testing of the distance learning environment at the schools, and a lot of new federal compliance testing related to various new COVID funding received by the district. So a lot of new things and issues that we had to deal with. Okay. So the audit report is a collection of the financial statements and other elements of your district that is compiled from records and information from the district. Our portion of that 100+ page document is really just the independent auditor's report, of which there's 4 that we give opinions on the information. So I'll briefly explain each one. The main one is the report on the financial statements. And this is, excuse me, where we express an opinion that the financial statements present fairly in all material respects the financial position in conformity with generally accepted accounting principles, what we refer to as GAAP. Because you're a governmental entity, we also issue a report on internal controls over the financial reporting and on compliance. And this is where we would report if we came across any material weaknesses in internal control or material non-compliance. And this is required of all audits of governmental entities. A third opinion that we give is one on, because your entity received a certain amount of federal money, you're required to have a federal audit done as well. We call it a single audit, and that requires us to opine on each compliance for each federal program and on internal controls over that compliance in following the federal guidelines. And lastly, the state of California, not to be left out, requires us to test several compliance issues related to state funding or programs and issue a report on compliance with that. So that's really our part. With the audit opinions, there's 4 types of opinions that we give. The highest is unmodified, where we say that the financial statements present fairly the financial position in accordance with the accounting principles. If overall everything looked fine except for a particular issue, we would issue a modified, or what we call qualified opinion, which means everything looks good except for a certain area. If they did not present fairly, we would issue an adverse opinion. And lastly, if there was just not enough information to even give any type of opinion, we would give a disclaimer of opinion. So for the opinion over the financial statements, the district received an unmodified opinion. So it's the highest opinion that the auditor can give, and it means that everything was in line with the standards and the requirements. So everything that follows in the audit report is clean and in line with our standards.
Can I pause you really quick and say, I just want to give a huge shout out to our fiscal services team. in particular Anna Campbell for all the hard work on getting through this, and to Mr. Taylor Ulrich, who had very limited staff, and we tried so hard to help his work along, but he was such a trooper. But I'm just so incredibly proud of our team. This is not an easy task. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely had its challenges this year. As for our report on internal controls over financial reporting and on compliance, the governmental one we issued, we defined that there were no deficiencies in internal controls that we considered to be material weaknesses, and there were no instances of non-compliance or other matters required to be reported. The report, the federal program audit, the major programs we tested this year were the two new ones related to the COVID funding that the district received. It was the CRF funds and the ESF funds, which there was a lot of those. And our opinion also was that they complied in all material respects with the compliance requirements that we were required to test, and that there were no deficiencies in internal controls over that as well. And lastly, the state compliance opinion. The page 90 of the audit report gives the list of all the programs that we are required to look at and test, or I should say list all the programs by the state requires us to review and the applicable ones to your district. And our opinion was that they complied with all the laws and regulations of the state programs tested. So very clean opinions for the four issues, for the four opinions that we provide. Just some other notes to consider. There was one post-closing entry that the district provided us, and so you'll see that on page 77. And what this does is the unaudited actuals that you received back in September. The only difference was this one post-closing entry that because there was new information provided that wasn't available at that time, so there was a correction to that, but there was not an error or anything. It was just a change in estimation for time. There were no audit findings in the current year in the financial statements or in the federal or in the state. And then the two prior year findings, they were implemented in the current year and did not have those same issues this year. As far as we also issue a measure of performance audit related to Measure R, where we look at expenditures and make sure that they were where we sample and review several of the expenditures to make sure they were in compliance with the Measure R parcel tax the voters approved or voters voted on, and we found them to be in compliance as well. And then the next couple slides this is just a graph. There's a trends page in the audit report that just kind of shows that we're required to put in there, and it just kind of shows the general fund revenue and expenditures. And so this is just kind of a chart to kind of see the progress over the years of the total revenues and expenditures, your ending fund balance, which jumped a lot, mainly due to a lot of those one-time funds that we received from the state and federal sources, and your available reserves, which was also increased with the similar issues.
And could you just go back one slide really quick? The ending fund balances, a lot of those are like the COVID money that we could spread out over multiple years. The plans that we had presented to the board, that's what you're seeing, why the major increase in ending fund balances. Continue, sorry.
Oh, okay. And I believe that's all I have for my presentation. So I think
we are happy to take any questions that the board may have. And also, I'm not sure if Trustee Peterson got an actual copy of the audit report, but we do have extra copies and we are happy to give it to you. It's a giant document, so it's much easier to look at if we print it for you. But we're happy to take questions.
Great, thank you. Trustee Peterson.
I have no questions at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Lomax?
I have no questions, but I just want to thank you all the staff, the auditing firm. I know it's not an easy task, and I appreciate all the hard work.
Thank you. Ms. Callahan.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chandler. And I just want to also give a special gratitude shout out to Anna Campbell for all of this work. I know that this was a huge feat. I did have one question. Thank you so much for referencing page 90. I had a question about on here, and it's just a clarification question. This is new to me, audit reports, and so, but I see on here it talks about an early retirement incentive. So again, I'm referencing page 90, compliance requirements tested. An early retirement incentive, it says not applicable. I thought that we do have some sort of early retirement program, but again, it could be a clarification piece, and we don't need to, go into.
I'm happy to comment on that. So this is for last year's total expenditures, right? And last year we did do a retirement incentive last year. So that's probably what that's referencing. And please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Ulrich.
I believe the page she's talking about is related to the state compliance requirements that we have to do. And this step is only applicable when it's a specific type of early retirement incentive.
Okay.
I think it's
not something that we have incentivized on our own district. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed, was just a quick little answer. And then it also notes, and I'm sure there's and I think I have the answer, but please share. It says on here, independent study course based, the charter school facility grant program, no. And then the little denotion says under number 1, the district is not the granting agency for any charter schools. Is it because the county is the LEA? And so that is why it is not denoted here under the charter school facility grant program, which of course would apply to Ventura charter.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That was it.
Thank you. Dr. Dannenberg?
Yeah, the only question first of all, I do want to congratulate staff for a great audit report. I really appreciate all the hard work. Mr. Ulrich, is this your first time doing our audit?
a couple of years now.
Been a couple of years now. Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. And I have no questions, but thank you, Dr. Chandler, Ms. Campbell, and the whole financial services team. I know it's been like a huge extra thing, especially with all the different pots of money that have come through during COVID. To keep track of that and be able to really account for how it was spent is important for our knowledge and for our, for our requirements for the government, but also it's a huge amount of extra work. So thank you for doing that. Ms. Campbell, I saw you had your hand up.
I just wanted to also thank Mr. Ulrich. His team is a fabulous, fabulous partner for Ventura Unified. And I would say I personally have enjoyed working with him, and he's the best auditor that I've ever experienced. And I've been through a lot of auditors. So I just wanted to give him a shout out. He always challenges us to be better and clearer. And he just really works on from his end to make sure that we're doing everything just flawlessly. So I appreciate him endlessly. Thank you.
Yeah, truly a great auditor makes us better at our jobs. And that's the whole goal, is for them to catch something for us so we can know how to fix it, right? So like knowing the caliber of auditor that we have and that it came through with no findings and everything looks great, like just is a huge, benefit to the district and to the board to know that our finances are appropriately held,
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Ulrich. And Dr. Rice, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I'll reserve comments to the superintendent's report.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ulrich. And we're glad we were able to accommodate moving you up so that you can enjoy your evening.
Very much appreciated. Thank you so much.
And with that, that brings us to superintendent's report. Dr. Rice, you're muted.
I just wanted to be respectful of Mr. Ulrich's time and let him head on out if he needed to do so. I do want to take just a few seconds to congratulate Anna and her team. You guys are great. We consistently see how hard you work, and not only how hard you work, but how smart you work. You're constantly looking at ways that we can get better, and I appreciate that about you and your whole team. So thank you, Anna, for all of that. I also want to take a minute from me as the superintendent to welcome Trustee Calvin Peterson. I really enjoyed the whole process of the trustee interviews. And Mr. Peterson, you might not remember this, but you were the first parent I met when I was hired. I was over at VASE at the school information night. It was before I started working, and I was nervous and kind of scared and walking around not knowing a whole lot of people. And you walked up to me and said hello and greeted me, shook my hand, and I always remembered that kindness. And so it's super great to have you on the board. So welcome. We're very happy to have you. Also want to take a minute to welcome Neil Varani to our team. We're going to be introducing him, I know, to the community. I did happen to see his name on the attendee earlier, maybe just kind of checking out and seeing if the recommendation went through. But Neil, welcome to the district. We're excited to add you to the team. We know that we have a lot of work to do in our special education department, and we're committed to making things better for those kids as well. And thank you to Mr. Nelson and Ms. Peak for participating in that process. And for having your representatives. We certainly appreciate your commitment to helping us make the best decisions that we can to add to our leadership efforts. So thank you for that. And then finally, I wanted to just one more time congratulate all of our retirees who participated in the retiree event yesterday. I know from the mood of the group how incredibly grateful our board is and how incredibly grateful our team is for the many, many years of service that you have provided to this district. I heard nothing but great things about that group. And as I went from table to table, I really enjoyed, it was really moving to hear the stories and the laughter and the memories about their time in the district. So congratulations to all of the retirees. It was a really nice event. And I just want to thank Gina and Jackie Lopez and just the whole team, Andrea, Crouch, your whole team for putting on that event yesterday. It was really well done. And I really appreciate the investment of energy you took to honor our employees. With that, we're going to move into the introductions of some of our new folks. And I wanted to take a minute to acknowledge that we have 4 names that we will be introducing. But we actually have 8 individuals to be introduced. And I appreciate the fact that Gina recognized that, Ms. Wallowitz recognized that maybe 8 is a long list for superintendent's report. So how about if we cut that in half and we'll do half this time and half next time. Good thinking, Ms. Wallowitz. So in addition to the introductions we're going to be doing this evening, I wanted to share that at our next meeting, we will be introducing our new principal at Cabrillo, our executive director of special education that I just referenced, our new principal at J. Sarah, and our new principal at Poinsettia. So hang on to that. We're not forgetting. We will bring those back to you next time and spread the wealth between this meeting and next meeting. With that, I understand that the board may be participating in this and maybe reading some bios. President Rodriguez, do you want me to start and introduce the first one and then turn it over to you, or do you want me to do that?
You are certainly welcome to do that. What we had discussed this time was going ahead and doing all 4 and then have the board weigh in with comments, since we don't normally have this many, and that way we can make sure that we honor people's time.
Great. I do recall that part of it. So I will jump right in and welcome our newly appointed principal at Anna Cabell Middle School, Mr. Robert Ruiz. Robert, if you say hello to the folks, you'll pop up on our first screen.
Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me and see me. It's a pleasure to be announced, and happy to get to work.
All right. Well, we're going to embarrass you a little bit with a short bio, and then I'm at the end, after I introduce all 4, the board will definitely be making some comments. But Mr. Robert Ruiz has more than 22 years of service as an educator and administrator. He began his career teaching math at University High School in Los Angeles and Oxnard High School. He came to Ventura Unified School District in 2006 to serve as the assistant principal at Cabrillo Middle School and immediately made a positive impact on the campus. In 2008, Mr. Ruiz was named principal of Portola Elementary School, where he has been serving for the past 14 years. He is a dedicated and thoughtful leader who has a passion for student achievement, can build solid relationships, and has a strong understanding of the theory and practice of social justice. He's also an expert in curriculum planning and data disaggregation and analysis. He will make an excellent addition to the incredibly dedicated team of teachers and professional staff at Anacapa Middle School. Please help us in congratulating and welcoming to Anacapa, Mr. Robert Ruiz. Robert, would you like to say a few words before I make the next introduction?
Sure. Just saying thank you and excited. I've already been on campus several times, kind of getting acclimated, meeting the staff, and just trying to get a good feel to what we have to build on. I'm excited, as I said, and looking. I already have a lot of relationships there as far as parents and students that are currently attending. So a lot to build on, and looking forward once again to just making the best experience for kids and families.
I know that you are more than ready to do this job, and I sense the excitement in the community. I know you know a lot of the families already, and you're just going to be a great fit there. And we'll reserve further comment for the board until after the other introductions. So moving on, at this time, I would like to announce our newly appointed principal at Montalvo Elementary School, Dr. Deborah Martinez, who's with us this evening.
Hi.
And I'll welcome Dr. Martinez. I have a brief bio, and then we would love to hear a few words from you. Dr. Martinez brings more than 20 years of educational experience with her. She has been serving as the principal of Aerovista Elementary School in the Brea Olinda Unified School District since 2021. And over her career, she has also served as an assistant principal, coordinator of K-12 English Learner Services, teacher, and as an English language development lead teacher. Dr. Martinez is a strong leader and an advocate for culturally and linguistically just schooling. As the daughter of Mexican American parents, she believes all children have the right to develop their academic, linguistic, and social capacities in a diverse, inclusive, and equitable educational experience where their full potential is cultivated. We believe she will make a positive addition to the leadership team, and we welcome Dr. Deborah Martinez to her new assignment in the Ventura Unified School District. Dr. Martinez?
Good evening, everyone. Board President Rodriguez, Dr. Rice, members of the board, district leaders, and the Ventura Unified School District. I just want to take a moment to thank you for the opportunity to lead Montalvo Elementary as the new principal. I don't think words can really capture how excited I am to join the Montalvo team and students and community at large. Together we can strive for the next level of excellence and enhance the rich educational experience that Montalvo is characterized over the years. And just looking forward to continuing the great work that has already been led. Me da mucho gusto ser la nueva directora de Montalvo. Gracias nuevamente a la mesa directiva y al superintendente, el doctor Rice, y su gabinete por esta oportunidad de servir a la comunidad como la directora de primaria de Montalvo. Muchas gracias and thank you.
Muchas gracias, Deborah, and felicidades. We will come back in a few minutes with board comments. I would like, though, to move on to introduce our newly appointed principal at Sunset School, Mr. Tomas Gaeta. Tomas, welcome, Mr. Gaeta.
Hello, good evening.
I have a brief bio to read, and then we'd love to hear a few words. Mr. Gaeta has 17 years of service as an educator, counselor, and administrator. He began his career in Ventura Unified School District as a substitute teacher in 2005. He then began serving VUSD as a school counselor at Balboa Middle School and served as head school counselor at De Anza Academy of Technology and the Arts. He returned to Balboa Middle School, where he is serving as assistant principal and recently served as interim principal. Mr. Gaeta has interacted with members of the Sunset School community during his time with VUSD and is excited to work with the Sunset team. Mr. Gaeta's professional and caring demeanor and his collaborative and inclusive leadership style will enhance school, student, and teacher success. He is a dedicated and thoughtful leader who focuses on a positive climate and culture and maximizes learning. In addition, he brings experience in revamping disciplinary procedures to integrate restorative practices, along with his years of service and knowledge of our district's specialized autism program and programs that serve county-operated moderate to severe programs. Congratulations, Mr. Gaeta, and welcome to Sunset School.
Thank you, Dr. Rice, and thank you to the school board. I am incredibly honored and humbled with this opportunity. I'm just incredibly grateful for the faith and the trust that you all have in me, and I'm incredibly excited to get to work with the Sunset community. I've been up there a couple times to meet the staff, and I'm just incredibly excited to get to immerse myself in that school, in that culture, and yeah, just thank you. Appreciate it.
Great, welcome, and we'll come back to you in just a minute. My final introduction of the evening will be for our newly appointed Director of Maintenance and Operations, Ms. Terry Allison. And I have a brief bio. Ms. Terry Allison has 27 years of experience in school architecture, construction, maintenance, and operations. She holds a master's degree in architecture and began her career in 1995 at Eisenhower Medical School as a project coordinator. She then moved on to project associate and project manager at AVRP Studios in San Diego. She joined Ventura Unified School District as the facilities planner in 2007. Ms. Allison has planned and coordinated school, hospital, and medical office building maintenance and construction projects. She also has experience working alongside school, healthcare, and commercial firm facilities directors and personnel. Ms. Allison is a lifelong Ventura resident with family ties to education who has a passion for improving and maintaining engaging learning environments for our students and community. Her previous positions have well prepared her to lead the maintenance and operations team. She is enthusiastic about serving the district in this new role. Congratulations, Ms. Allison, and welcome to your new assignment.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rice and the board. I am very proud to be a member of the VUSD family, and I'm honored by the opportunity to support the hardworking and talented facilities team. I think we're at a really strong point even after the COVID challenge. I want to thank Bill Olsenbaumer, who are going to dearly miss for really ensuring that our department was in such a great place, solid place before he retired. So thank you, Bill. You will be missed. Let's see, I have my husband here behind me and my daughter too. If you don't mind if I introduce them real quick. I have my daughter, Maya, who is, get your head down here, hon. She was just 8 months old when I started with Ventura Unified, and she's now at Foothill High School as a freshman. Time flies. My husband, Eric Allison, behind me here.
Thanks for making such a smart move.
These two are my rocks, and I really couldn't do it without their love and support. So thanks, guys.
Congratulations.
Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Really looking forward.
Congratulations, Terry. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Board President Rodriguez.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Rice. And we will go in our traditional order. Trustee Peterson.
I'd just like to welcome everyone, and I look forward to working with you. No questions.
Thank you. Ms. Lomax?
Well, I saw before that Tomas had family behind. So you want to introduce your family?
They snuck into the corner of the screen there. You saw them. Yeah, so I've got my two children here, my son Michael and Lily, as well as my wife Ross, who can come sneak in here. Lily, Michael, come here, bud. Sorry, this is my daughter Lily here, my son Michael there. Yeah. That's them.
We're very excited. Did anyone else have their family that they wanted to introduce? Robert?
Oh, Mama, I just want to thank my family because, as you know, it's a big time commitment, and without talking to your spouse, we wouldn't be allowed to do this. So I want to thank my wife, Christine Peterson, my daughter, Cara Peterson, and my son, Carson Peterson, for sharing their father with the whole Ventura Unified School District.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just welcome you all. I'm very excited to see as we go forward. And we all know that education is changing. And sometimes we all also understand that change is good. We know that the schools where you're from are going to miss you terribly, but I'm looking forward to all the new things that we're going to bring to the schools as you move forward. So thank you all for serving Ventura Unified. It's a wonderful district, and it's wonderful because you all are part of it.
Great, thank you. Ms. Callahan?
I just want to say thank you so much for serving as instructional leaders during this unprecedented time. I know we continue to say that, but it continues to see you not only serve so well in your current capacities and positions, but then to raise your hand for a new endeavor just speaks volumes, and to do it with us here at Ventura Unified just speaks a lot. So everyone on here, from Mr. Robert Ruiz to Dr. Martinez to Mr. Tomas Gaeta and also Ms. Terry Allison, you all are standouts. And so when we saw it, we are thrilled to have you, and Ventura is really a special place because of folks like you. So thank you for your service. And thank
Great, thank you. Dr. Dannenberg?
Yes. First of all, welcome, Calvin. Glad to have you on the board, and expecting great things from you. And you're right, it does take a family to support you to do this. And then other person that is new to the district this time is Dr. Martinez. And I had the privilege of working with Dr. Martinez over in Wainimi. So Deborah, congratulations. Looking forward to great things. And then to our other three, you're all promotions, and it's always fun when we can promote our own people. We've got good people within, and we know that you do great things already, and we're looking for better things from you. So thank you all for your service to our district. We look forward to good things to come in the future.
Great, thank you. And I'll just add my congratulations to you all. You know, we're so grateful that you're willing to step up. As Amy said, you know, these have been crazy times in education. And so to have people who are such strong leaders and such caring people be willing to step up and lead at this time means a lot. So thank you for your willingness to serve, and let us know how we can support you. Dr. Martinez, this is, you know, Ventura Unified is a family. So welcome to the family, and let us know what we can do to make you feel at home. But thank you. And I hope you guys have a lovely evening. You're certainly welcome to stay, but don't feel obligated. Dr. Rice.
Thank you, and congratulations to all of our new appointees. I really enjoyed meeting your families this evening and welcoming you to your new role. Moving along in superintendent's report, we are about ready to introduce our student board reports, and we're going to begin with Carime Fierros from Foothill Tech High School. So Carime, take it away.
Hi. All right, let me share my screen. Alrighty, so since the last meeting, we had our prom, and that was on April 14th, and that was at the Poinsettia Pavilion, and we sold 405 tickets, which again, Foothill is a pretty small school, so that's a lot for us. And the theme was masquerade. I know a lot of students had a lot of fun, and it was fun to finally have a school dance that was allowed to have inside dancing. And then we had our Freshman Friday on April 22nd, and this was just kind of an event to support the freshman class, and, you know, kind of as like a little end of the year hurrah, because they made it past their first year of high school, which is honestly kind of the scariest one. And then we had our senior recess, which was something that I was really excited about. It was the first year that we've done this, and that was on April 21st. These are some of the seniors enjoying Gushers and Capri Suns. We had a giant inflatable soccer ball. We just had a bunch of like playground games that we used to have when we were kids at our elementary schools, and so that was a lot of fun. And I think that that's going to start to be a tradition in the next couple of years. And then we had our Air Guitar Spirit Week. And so Monday was business versus bedtime. Tuesday was surf versus turf. Wednesday was country versus country club. Thursday was Jersey versus Jersey Shore. And Friday was overalls. And here are some pictures from that. To the left is the country versus country club. That middle one is Jersey versus Jersey Shore. And then the one on the right was business versus bedtime. And then we had air guitar last Friday, which is Foothill's talent show. We haven't had one since my freshman year. And this is honestly the biggest deal on campus. We have short classes and it's just kind of like a talent show. This year we did have a food fair that was run by the club. So we basically sent out an email to all the clubs and we said that if they wanted to make a little bit of money for them, that they could sell food, whatever they wanted. We had pizza, churros, we had burritos, popcorn, lemonade. We had tons of things. And then this right here is a photo essay from the Foothill Dragon Press that they made of all the pictures that they took for air guitar. So I'm just gonna scroll through this so you can get a little idea of what air guitar is and how this year's went. This is one of our teachers, Mr. Fitz, and we had it was Mr. Fitz, Mr. Lee, and Mr. Miller, and that was our teacher act. So every single year there's an act by the teachers and it's something silly and it's a surprise. No one knows exactly what it is, but it's always super fun. And then we had dancing. We had some taekwondo, some singing, some more singing. And then another, this was a teacher and student act, so they kind of combined, and that was a huge dance flash mob, and that was super fun. And those are some more of the performers. And this was a teacher act right here. So yeah, it was super fun. If you want to look at those pictures a little bit more, they're on the Dragon Press website. And then we have our new mascot coming in that we got because our last one we had since the school opened. So it's 22 years old. So it was time for a new one. So that should be coming in hopefully before graduation because we want to have that as kind of like a farewell for the seniors and have the new mascot be around. And then this just got done over this past weekend. This is a mural. It's brand new. It's the first mural at Foothill. And it's a butterfly and it says kindness is love in action. And it's right in the middle of the school. It faces out towards the quad so everyone can see it. And it's really gorgeous. I've heard a lot of good things about it. Everyone loves it. And it definitely adds some color to the school. So we're excited about that. And then ending off the year, our senior events, we have Senior Awards Night on May 26th. We have Senior Signing Day on May 27th. We have our Disneyland Graduation Night next Friday on June 3rd. And then we have Senior Barbecue on June 13th, Senior Breakfast on June 16th, and then we end the year off with graduation on the 17th. And that's it.
Congratulations on another wonderful report, Karime, but don't go anywhere because this is the time of year where I have the distinct pleasure of honoring you with a memento from the board and staff that says, in appreciation and recognition of excellent service, Karime Fierros, Foothill Technology High School, Student Board Member, Ventura Unified School District, Board of Education, 2021-2022. Congratulations to you. Thank you for your service. And I'm going to let you say a few words about what you got out of your role as a board member this year. And then I'm going to ask Mr. Gibbs to jump in and embarrass you a little more with some kind words. So Karime, take it away.
Yeah, I love these meetings. I think it's really fun. I had never been into a school board meeting before I had this role of being a student board member. And I never really saw like how extensive all the work that the district does behind the scenes. And it's just, it makes me appreciate like everything throughout the schools and like just everything that happens like a lot more. And I don't know, it was just really fun. And I like having kind of like this connection between Foothill and the board members, seeing like, okay, like you guys like kind of do like the behind the scenes, like I'm a student, like our experiences are completely different, but then there's kind of like this connection and seeing like the bigger picture and seeing it all come together and the connection with that.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Gibbs?
Thank you, Dr. Rice. Good evening, everyone. So, Karime, it's been an absolutely fantastic year together, and I really hope you know how proud we are of everything you've done, all your accomplishments, and I really hope you know how highly everyone thinks of you. You're really just a really fine example of what a Foothill Dragon is. You're really one of the best examples of what a warm, compassionate, and hardworking person is. And really your leadership in ASB has been like really essential in just getting our student body engaged this year after a really long layoff. So thank you for all that you did with that. Your steady and consistent leadership just I can't thank you enough for that. I wish you nothing but success in your future endeavors, and I really hope you keep in touch with all of us here. And just, we all know that you're a tough cookie on the outside, but you're mushy and soft and full of love on the inside. And it's just been a lot of fun seeing you grow this year with all your wonderful presentations and just keeping me informed of what's going on and just being a nice little ear to talk to as well. So thanks for all you do, and we're really going to miss you when you're gone.
Thank you so much. I'm going to miss you too.
Board President Rodriguez, would you like to wait until the end of the presentations for board comments, or do that now?
Actually, I think we can do comments at the end, but I would love to know what you plan to do next.
I am attending University of California, Santa Cruz next year, and I'm majoring in marine biology, so I'll be up there in the ocean. So yeah, I'm excited.
Congratulations on that, Carrie, and best of luck.
Thank you.
I'm going to now ask, or actually introduce Sierra Sanchez Rosales to give us a report from Pacific High School. Oops. I got booted.
Okay, for this Q4 highlights, we have Teacher Appreciation Week from this year. Noah's Bagels and Coffee was to kick off the first day of the week, and teachers also received daily goodies in their mailboxes. And on Friday of that week, Ventura Rotary Club provided a beautiful lunch from Luna Girl. We had 3 impressive top sharks, with Emily Rojo taking the lead at 45 credits and John and Olivia just a tad bit lower on that number with 43 credits. This Thursday is our Q3 Renaissance field trip to the Los Angeles Natural History Museum, and we have about 132 students qualified for this trip, which is also our largest ever to earn academic honors. And this year's prom for this past week was entitled The Ride of Your Life. And we decided to go with and come up in ASB with the car show and old school and that sort of theme and essence. And these are a bit of the pictures from prom. We also had Wood Ranch as our dinner, which was my idea, and I'm really happy that that was able to happen, that Ms. Bohr was able to work things out. And honestly, prom turned out to be a really great night. And our school-wide end of the year culmination with author Dr. Francisco Jimenez was also the author of 2 circuit book series that we were reading. And Dr. Jimenez will join a Zoom for all of our first period classes next week for an interview and a Q&A. In this spring, for our art showcase, it's hosted by Miss Elliott and Mr. Peter Ippel. Families in the community are invited to attend this coming June 1st, this Wednesday, 5:30 in the school auditorium. There's also going to be pizza, cookies, and refreshments provided for all those that attend. And then this year's seniors will be able to receive multilingual seals. And we have about over 30 students who will be testing for their multilingual seals. And we are also very proud of their efforts in embracing multilingual excellence. And our graduation this year is Friday, June 17th at 1 p.m. at Ventura College. And that about does it for.
Well, congratulations on another great report, and thank you so much, Sierra. Don't go anywhere. I have a presentation to make on behalf of the board and executive team, I want to share with you that the plaque reads, "In appreciation and recognition of excellent service, Sierra Sanchez Rosales, Pacific High School, Student Board Member, Ventura Unified School District, Board of Education, 2021-2022. Sierra, congratulations. Thank you for your service. I know we're all super proud of you. And I'm going to turn it over to your principal, Ms. Deidre Menares, who's going to say a few words. Ms. Menares?
Good evening, Dr. Rice, board members, Ventura Unified staff, teachers, and community members. It is my honor and pleasure to thank publicly Miss Sierra Sanchez. She is dynamite. I'm just going to tell a little secret. She was destined to go return to her home school at the semester, but lucky for us, she decided to stay with Pacific, and she has just blossomed on our campus as a student, as a leader. She is one of the most kind, thoughtful, conscientious students that I've had the pleasure of knowing at Pacific High School, and we are so thrilled to see her growth. She has really come out of her shell, and we are very proud of her. I also had the pleasure last week to present her at the Optimist Club Scholarship, and she earned a $500 scholarship to go to Ventura College, where she is officially enrolled and has already registered for her classes. So she's super excited and is going to do amazing things. She has a lot of ambition, but again, selfishly, we think she'd make a great teacher also, as we think unofficially we should be paying her for everything she does at our school. So we are thrilled to have Sierra as a Pacific High School Shark and look forward to graduating her in just a month here. So thank you, Sierra. You are a gem, and we are very proud of you.
Thank you, Ms. Menares. And Sierra, I hope you can stay around for a few minutes. We have one more report, and I know the board wants to chat with all three of the representatives, actually four. But our next report is Danielle Hsu from El Camino High School. So Danielle, take it away.
All right. Let me just full screen. This is the news for El Camino High School. We are going to start off with the students of the month for April. So congratulations to Haley Carrillo, Bella Craig, Walter Einhart, Carla Matthew, Brandon Ortiz, Tanner Pankratz, Olivia Ramirez, Josiah Ramirez, and Sarah Salazar Venegas. All of these students will be receiving a ECHS t-shirt and a certificate. We also want to recognize the students of the month for May. So congratulations to Luca Falvo, Mark Lee, Andy Buckingham, Rowan Fortenberry, Journey Ross, Wyatt Cadman, Charlotte Sedlak, Daniel Lancet, and Saffron Stockwell. We also want to recognize our students who got some scholarships. So this is the Rotary Club of East Ventura 2022 Scholarship Awards. The Eric Nicolette Scholar Award will be going to Anshul Bajaj, who will be attending Met at UC Berkeley. And the Pete and Arlene Gallagher Scholar Award will be going to Daniel Lancet, who is also attending UC Berkeley. In addition, we're also recognizing the scholarship recipients from the Sunrise East Ventura Optimist Club. The We Believe in You 2022 scholarship is going to Angela Hernandez Figueroa, and the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation Scholars Program Award is going to Anshul Bajaj. We also had Art Week on the week of April 11th through the 14th, where every day there was a different sort of art-related event, including drawing, painting, collages, and poetry. We also had our prom, which is, of course, one of the biggest events of the year, at the Museum of Ventura County. And that's a group picture of the most of the people who were attended, as well as a picture of some of the dancing. And finally, our upcoming events are the Quad Day that will be Disney themed this Friday. We have Grad Night on the 3rd, Senior Awards on the 8th, the Senior Luncheon, the last day of school, and graduation.
Thank you, Danielle. We really enjoyed hearing your presentation this evening. Lots of great things happening at El Camino, as usual. I do have a presentation to make to you, but before I do that, Do we also have Sophia Green with us this evening, Mr. or Dr. Guerrero? Do we?
Yes.
Sophia, there you are. Great to see you, Sophia. So for anyone who's not been following, El Camino has this thing that they like to do where they build capacity in each other by sharing the role. I see Hector nodding and smiling there. Principal Guerrero will be on to say a few words in a minute, but I have two presentations. The first is to Danielle Shu in appreciation and recognition of excellent service, El Camino High School Student Board Member, Ventura Unified School District, Board of Education, 2021-2022. Danielle, thank you so much for all your service. We're super proud of you. And not to be outdone, Sophia, we equally appreciate you and the service that you've provided the district. In appreciation and recognition of excellent service, Sophia Green, El Camino High School Student Board Member, Ventura Unified School District, Board of Education, 2021-2022. We're very pleased that you both took on this role and rose to the challenge and met with us as often as you did and shared with us a little bit about your very special world at El Camino High School. Thank you so much. We're really proud of you and we appreciate your service. Board President Rodriguez.
Great, thank you. Board members, do you have anything you would like to share? We'll begin with Mr. Peterson.
President Rodriguez, can I interrupt for a second? I'd love to have the opportunity as the principal to speak about
yes,
and
absolutely.
So before we jump in, Dr. Rice, President Rodriguez, Board of Trustees, I appreciate the opportunity to recognize two incredible young women, women who represent El Camino with such leadership, such respect and poise. They are absolutely loved by all the staff and the students at our school. We are a very small school, but we are a mighty school, and we are much mighty because of these two young women here. They both currently share not only the board presentation role here, but also are co-presidents of our leadership class, which is our version of our ASB at El Camino. They help put on a number of events for our students. And as an independent study school, sometimes that's a challenge to go ahead and promote and get students to show up on campus for various activities. And these two ladies have done it with just incredible success. And so I am honored and pleased to say thank you to both of them. A little bit about Danielle, just so that you know, this is her second year serving here on the board with us. She got to share the role as well last year. And so Danielle is wrapping up her second year. She is an incredible student with over 370 credits completed in high school. She is moving pretty soon to study business over at the Florida International University in Miami. She actually has her, I believe it's her orientation coming up really quick and really soon, right, Danielle? Just an amazing young woman. But also just as amazing and wonderful is Sophia Green. Sophia has also been a student here with us at El Camino for the last 4 years. She's moving on to study biochem over at the California Lutheran University, CLU, one of my alma maters. She is the recipient of the Presidential Scholarship there as well. She's a volunteer at the Community Memorial Hospital, just an amazing person. Both of them absolutely sweet with such a kind heart. And thank you both for representing our school so well over the course of the last school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Guerrero, and I'm sorry for skipping you, but I'm glad you had a chance to say that. Such outstanding women. And with that, Trustee Peterson.
Yes, I would like to thank you for representing your schools. And if you've ever seen our slogan on our name badge, it says for the future of every student. And your future looks really bright. And I appreciate all the hard work you put in. And I look forward to seeing what you do on the next level.
Ms. Lomax.
I too appreciate everything that all of you have done. And Sophia, I might have missed it, but where are you going to school next year?
Cal Lutheran University in Thousand Oaks.
And you're going to be studying?
Biochemistry and minoring in political science and exercise science.
Oh, awesome. That's amazing. We wish you all the best, all of you. we've enjoyed all of your presentations over the year and getting to know you via Zoom. I wish we had been in person because I'm such a hugger and I love to give all the students a farewell hug, but consider yourself hugged from me and thank you for everything.
Thank you, Ms. Callahan.
Thank you so much, you guys. This is like the highlight of our year, is to hear from you and to celebrate you and hear where you're going. I do have, and it's really not to do a round robin, but if any of you have advice for the next year's students that are going to be playing in your role, what would you share to them?
I would just share it's a good opportunity to enhance your public speaking and it will help you if you plan on doing any leadership roles in college, because you get to hear the different dynamics of how boards, or even in the real world in jobs, how boards work and different things from that. So I think it's a really great opportunity.
Thank you, Sophia. Anybody else want to share? And I did say it was absolutely whoever wanted to, and no worries if not. You guys are all remarkable individuals, and it really makes me proud. Proud that you're from Ventura. And don't forget, after you do these amazing things, to come back to us in some way, somehow.
I would say definitely everything that Sophia said. And also just I feel like when I was first told that I was going to be doing these board meetings, I was terrified because I was like, oh my gosh, it's the board, that's a very important thing. But just to not be scared and calm down, because you're all very nice. I have no idea why I was so terrified, but it's a lot of fun and it's a really good opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, all of you.
Great, thank you. Dr. Dannenberg?
I too would like to congratulate all four of you on a great high school career. We're really proud of you. We look forward to hearing from you in the future, the great things that you're going to do. And boy, I wished I was as smart as you kids, because boy, you're off to doing some great things. So take care and let us know what happens with you. Thank you.
And I just wanted to say thank you. I know that all of you have a lot going on with your school and your involvement on your campuses. And we really appreciate you sharing your time with us and telling us about what's going on with your school and what things you're looking forward to and what things you're proud of. It's always neat to see the things that you guys choose to share, and the highlights and some of the lowlights, right? It helps us understand better your experience. And of course, that's the whole reason that we're all here. So thank you for just representing your schools with so much integrity, and for staying up late to do your homework after you leave these things, because we all, get to be done, and then you guys all have your responsibilities. So thank you. We wish you all the best. And as Dr. Dannenberg said, please come back and let us know what you're up to, because we always would love to hear from you and know what you're doing next. So thank you.
Okay, at this time we have something a little bit new. We're to end the superintendent's report is giving our board members a chance that if they have any good news they would like to share, that now would be an appropriate time.
Yeah, and this is actually something that we used to do and kind of had gotten out of the habit of during COVID. But I know Ms. Callahan has something that she wanted to share.
Yeah, thank you so much. And it is great news. I think that we have such an amazing district, and I would like to start getting into the habit in sharing some of our amazing students that I kind of meet along the way. And in particular, I call it almost a good news, but also a bright spot. It is also AAPI month, and there is a young woman who I've met a couple times, a young girl, I should say. Her name is Aria Maralai, and she is, and please, if I pronounce your last name wrong, please correct me. I've met her wonderful parents and, of course, her amazing teacher, Mr. Alex Wolf, and her amazing principal, even last weekend at their mini market. And so I am going to stop talking, because the point of this is to hear our bright spot and our amazing student from data to share a little bit about a capstone journey that I thought was really neat.
Hello.
And she is here. There she is. Hi. Okay, the stage is yours. Thank you so much for sharing today. And again, if you can just share a little bit of your journey and experience, that would be wonderful. Thank you for being my bright spot today in this board meeting.
Of course. Thank you so much for inviting me to present here. As you probably already know, I make earrings, but what you probably don't know is how I started making them. A few years ago, I got into making earrings out of coconut shells. My dad and I did this together, and we found out that the process was pretty tough. My dad bought me a tool to help me with making these earrings, but it was still laborious and time-consuming to make them. When I was in 5th grade, I took a tour of Data Middle School, and I found out about the Makerspace program, which made me think about how I can make the earrings in less time with less effort. When I could apply for my 7th grade electives, I chose Makerspace and I got in. There I told Mr. Wolf about my project. He was very, very helpful. He taught me which machines to use, the laser cutters, how to use them, and the settings at which to cut out the earrings. Sadly, the coconut earring idea did not work, so I turned to wood. My dad and I went to look at a wood store and we found the perfect wood. It comes from South America and it had the durability and the strength that I was looking for, as well as a really beautiful color. Mr. Wolf was very supportive of my decision. He let me stay after school to work on my earrings, helped me decide what price I should sell my earrings for, and still dimensions pieces of wood for me to help me try to find interesting designs for. And so, with the help of Mr. Wolf, I started my business. When I first started, I didn't know where and how to develop it. Luckily, I was one of the few people that was able to go to the Shark Tank Entrepreneur Competition, and a few businesses wanted to buy my earrings. I worked on their orders, and doing that gave me the feeling of being an entrepreneur and what it takes to be a businesswoman. My journey didn't stop there. Since then, I've sold at the VUSD CTE stall at the Wine Walk, as well as an event sponsored by the Rotary Club of Ventura. The latest event was the Marketplace at Data, where I was able to get my own stall, which was actually Mr. Wolf's suggestion. I sold my earrings there, as well as some Indian food that my family and I made together. And Mr. Cohen, my principal, gave me some excellent advice on how to improve and expand my business. I feel so lucky and so honored to have such supportive teachers, a fun-loving and encouraging principal, and my terribly strict parents, who are also my biggest critics, by my side. I'm looking forward to selling at more events and more stores, as well as helping other people on their journeys to becoming entrepreneurs. I want to end with the biggest compliment I received from Mr. Wolf. When I was debating whether to sell my earrings with all my classmates or have my own stall, he told me that the purpose of the Makerspace program is to help kids become entrepreneurs and said that I should get my own stall. I want to thank Ms. Callahan for finding me and giving me this amazing opportunity. I would also like to thank Mr. Wolf and Mr. Cohen, because without them, my thought of becoming a businesswoman would never have become possible. Finally, I would like to thank my parents for supporting me throughout my journey. And thank you for listening to my presentation.
Thank you so much. And I am wearing your amazing earrings. I am a shopaholic, but I wait for your next design. Okay. So thank you so much for sharing.
I actually do have a pair of earrings right now.
Very smart. Thank you.
Yeah. These.
Oh, I love them. I just love them. Thank you so much for sharing your story. You're an inspiration for us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. And thank you for joining us on our meeting. Okay, Dr. Rice, I believe that takes us to correspondence.
Yes, no correspondence at this time.
And now we finally get to go to Mr. Nelson's raised hand that's been staring at me since the beginning of the meeting. Ms. Kitos, public comments.
Good evening. So thank you for everyone in attendance. If you would like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen in order to make that public comment. It will be an audio public comment. So we will ask those that are panelists to turn off their video at the time when I call upon them. You have until the first speaker is done with their 3 minutes to have your hand raised. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to call upon you this evening. So you will have 3 minutes, and I'll give you a 30-second warning. First up is Mr. James Forsythe. Are you there? Mr. Forsythe, are you there? Let me try again. Should say talk permitted. There we go.
Yeah, okay. There we go. Sorry.
It's all me. I know it's all me. Technical difficulties. So you've got three minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, my name is James Forsythe. I am the chair of the Declining Enrollment Committee. And on behalf of the Declining Enrollment Committee, I just really want to thank Dr. Rice for his years of service and his leadership through a very challenging year. He's been such an amazing resource for us on the committee. And I know that the committee is going to be really sad to see him go in September, but retirement's a beautiful thing. So, congratulations, Dr. Rice. We hate to see you go, but, we're very happy for you. Second, I would like to welcome Trustee Peterson. He's no stranger to the district, serving on various committees, but we're just really happy to have your leadership and your experience onto the committee. And I, as a committee member, as a community member, I'm really happy to see that our town is represented well by our current board. So I want to thank you all for all your services, especially Dr. Rice, and congratulations to all the new appointments that began at the beginning of this meeting. So thank you all.
Thank you very much. Okay, and the next person, 1 second here, for us will be Mr. Dan Nelson. Mr. Nelson, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. I did.
Okay, perfect. You've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Also, yes, congratulations to the newest board member, Calvin. I'm glad that you're here. We're getting closer and closer to the last bell. Any minute now, although some days feel like it is further and further away, any minute now, the last bell will ring for this school year. The last day of school is magic. The kids are happy. The teachers are ecstatic. The parents are just a little nervous. There are heaps of lost and found coats, forgotten lunchboxes, projects never picked up, and the promise of the first day of summer. It's a magic day. Our students leave us, but they never really leave. We still hear the echo of their laughs, the reflection of their silly grins, the memory of their triumphs, and the spots where their tears fell before they could catch them. Our students leave, but they never really leave. We see them next year in the halls. We hear them giggling on the playground, wave at them as their parents pick them up. Sometimes they sneak back into our rooms and drop off a birthday card or a note, letting us know they love us and miss us, or they are thanking us. They never really leave. But sometimes they do. Sometimes the world doesn't work quite right. Sometimes things go wrong, terribly, horribly wrong, and they do leave. Hopefully never, but also over 100 times this year so far in the United States. Hopefully never, but also today. Hopefully never, and also hopefully never at all in all the tomorrows. I'm not a fan of countdowns, but I'm guilty of counting down the days and minutes until the last bell. It's easy to see how tired I am and how hard these days are, and how much we are all counting on the summer. Counting down to the last bell is a tradition for a reason. The last bell is a celebration for all the hard work, all the drama, and all the feelings and emotions, all the tears and all the smiles. We deserve the joy we feel at the end of the school year. This year more than ever, that joy is hard fought and hard won. Finding joy and strength this year could be harder than finding a sub. Thank you, subs. And it could be harder than finding a bus driver. Thank you, bus drivers. But it was there every day in every classroom and library, every auditorium and cafetorium, every playground and student parking lot and school dance and game. We had joy this year, and we can expect that same joy next year. But sometimes people can't count on next year or tomorrow. Sometimes the world doesn't work right and things go wrong, and these last minutes before the bell are really the only last minutes left. If I can ask one thing, it's to hold on to these minutes, these kids, these smiles, this joy as tight as you can. Hug all of it close and closer still. Believe in tomorrow, but hug today like you'll never let it go. Thanks everyone for the great year, for the laughter and joy, for the anger and frustration, for the moments when you were there so no one was alone. Thank you for every day making the world the way that it should be. This year, the last bell will be joyous for all who hear it. I just wish more could have heard it. Thanks, Ventura.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I think this is the first time I've cried on a board meeting, so really appreciate that. Next up, we've got Miss Carol Peak. If you can please turn off your video and so we can have your audio, and unmute when you have a chance.
Hello, and I'm just going to say I hate following Dan Nelson. I hate it. Anyway, my name is Carol Peak. I am the president of the Ventura ESP Association, and I too am crying. But really, I just want to bring some light to this. I attended retirement celebrations, and I'm just so grateful for all of those who are retiring, the dedication you've shown, the gift to your students that you've shown, and I'm just so grateful to have been a part of that. And thank you for all you have given, all you have dedicated, and the little light you have shown our students, because they will remember you. I appreciate that. Again, I'm just so grateful, and thank you to the ESPs who, again, are the heart and soul of VUSD. Your hard work, your dedication is not looked at. We see it, we appreciate it, and I'm just so grateful to be a part of that association. And I just want to thank all of you. Thank you to the retirees. Thank you for the board. Thank you to administration. I'm just so grateful, and I'm proud to be the VESPA president. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peak. And our final person for the evening is community member, Mr. Matt Alvarez. Mr. Alvarez, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I have comments on 5 agenda items. No, just joking, board. I know it's going to be a late
and
night.
You're only getting 3 minutes. So go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Board of Education and the VUSD community. Welcome, Calvin. You will represent Area 5 well. I've loved the tremendous work you've already done in our community, so I'm excited to see you take over this very dear area to me. First off, I want to thank Dr. Rice for his hard work, perseverance, and continued focus on moving VUSD forward. I was saddened to hear of his announcement to retire in September. It is so well-deserved. And through my time of talking to so many teachers, administrators throughout Ventura County in the last year especially, they have told me what a great professor he was, a great leader at VCOE, and many followed him and applied to be on his team at VUSD for his due to his tremendous leadership. This is an unprecedented loss, and the work of the board will not be easy to replace him. I hope the next superintendent has the same vision in mind to move VUSD forward through innovation and invention, bolstering CTE and moving VUSD beyond. Thank you, Dr. Rice. You will truly be missed, and I will never forget the day in and day out hard work you gave every day for VUSD. The second thing I wanted to talk about is today, as I assisted one of my instructors in Ventura, and on my way headed to Culver City to train a new instructor, I was floored by the news of another school shooting today, especially in elementary school. As I worked primarily with K-5 kids and saw their smiles all day today, I had to speak tonight. I started to think of all the schools from Santa Barbara County, Ventura County, LA counties that I've visited, especially in the last 2 months. Some have great check-in procedures. Some you have to find an office. I know the district has always had this as an importance, but it needs to be a high priority, top of the list. Either taller fences, more fencing, I don't know the answer. And your priority list is long. But when most elementary schools in the county that have one entrance with the gate, and the gate can still be open, really worries me. We need to look at what our soft targets are and look at them now. My heart breaks for the 19 families that returned home to an empty home tonight and an empty room. 19. Safety has to be even more than now top priority. We can never think we're doing a good job. We have to always do even better. Please hug your kids so much tighter tonight, and please engage in what they are doing. Thank you for your time, board, and I know you'll move forward and make this a top priority.
Thank you. And that will do it for public comment this evening. Thank you.
Thank you all for your very thoughtful comments. Really do appreciate them. Up next is item 14, notice of public hearing regarding our 22-23 proposed budget.
Yes, good evening. Sorry, it's a hard act to follow. So this is a normal part of the process with our budget. Every year we have a notice of public hearing regarding the 22-23 proposed budget. A public hearing will be held on June 7th, 2022 at 7:30 at 5200 Valentine Road, Ventura, California, 93003, or via public streaming availability at http bit.ly/TDC Studios to review the 22-23 proposed budgets. The budgets will be on display for public review from June 1 to June 7th at 255 West Stanley Street, 100, Ventura, California, on the district's website in the business services section at https://www.venturausd.org/services/business-services. And that is it for me. Thank you.
Great, thank you. For any members of the public who are interested in learning more about our budgets for next year, you can visit those websites or visit our headquarters to find a printed out copy. And notice of public hearing 14B for our local control accountability plan. Dr. Castro.
Thank you, President Rodriguez. Notice a public hearing regarding the LCAP, a public hearing to review the local control and accountability plan. LCAP will be held June 7th, 2022 at 7:30 p.m. at 5200 Valentine Road, Ventura, California, 93003, or via public streaming available at http://bit.ly/TDC Studios. This public hearing is being held to solicit the recommendations and comments of the public regarding the proposed LCAP. Thank you.
Great. And again, the combination of the LCAP and our budget are our primary planning documents for next year. And if members of the public have interest in reading them or providing comments, this is the way that they can still continue to do that. So thank you both. And now we moved item 15D to the top of our action items because we have someone here who's visiting. So, sorry, Dr. Chandler.
Yes, thank you, President. Tonight, I have with me John Isom, who is our financial advisor and assisting us with getting our bond in place, hopefully. This is a first draft reading, so I wanted you guys to have time to give more comments. I'm going to let John go into depth on what the bond resolution is, but this is the first step in getting it on the ballot. So, well, kind of, besides all of our polling that we've already done, this is the next step after that. So take it away, John.
Thanks, Rebecca. Good evening, board members, members of the district administration, and members of the community. My name's John Isom. I'm with Isom Advisors, and we've been working with the district as your financial advisor over the last, several years. Our role is to kind of assist districts getting to a point where there's a comfort level where you can adopt a resolution similar to what you have in front of you that would essentially call an election, putting something on the November 2022 ballot. But before I speak to the resolution itself, let me just give you a little bit of history, especially for those that may not have been throughout this process as members of the board or administration. But many months ago, really back till 2020, we were evaluating this as an option for the district. District put a parcel tax in front of voters in November of 2022, which was really just an extension of the old parcel tax. And then fast forward to 2021. which was evaluating the district's capital needs, of which are very significant. The district has hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of needs at its schools throughout the district. And what we were tasked with was helping the district determine whether or not the community would be willing to support you by approving a local general obligation bond program. Now, this district's no stranger to general obligation bonds, but it's been a while. Last one was 1997. By comparison, there are a number of districts in Ventura County that have done 3, 4, 5, and even 6 school bond measures, while you have just the one. So you're one of the lowest bond-funded districts in the county. You're one of the lowest tax rates in the county. But that doesn't mean you should automatically feel like it's your birthright to get one of these approved. So what did we do? We went back and we put together an assessment program, which entailed working with the district on a voter survey. That voter survey provided us valuable feedback about what the attitudes of district voters were on the topic, and happy to report that information, that feedback, that survey data was very positive. There was a willingness of voters to approve renovation projects. There was a willingness of voters to approve a bond. There was a willingness of voters to approve a bond at a tax rate of $60 per 100,000 of assessed value. So when you have that positive survey, and parallel to that exercise were ongoing conversations that I think Roger and Rebecca and maybe many of you on the board have had with community stakeholders to say, hey, what do you guys think? Mayor, Chamber of Commerce, County Supervisor, what do you guys think of this idea of us going forward? And that information, that feedback, that too was positive. So what that means is when you're able to get that positive feedback in this assessment, what we essentially are doing is taking that information, the projects, the tax rate, the dollar amount for a bond, and the timing, and putting that before you in this resolution. And so what you have before you is a draft resolution that would call an election for this November. It would direct the county to conduct the election on your behalf, and it would provide a number of taxpayer safeguards and explanations as to the tax rate, the requirements for a detailed project list, the requirements for the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, so that community members would be part of this process and ensure that what we're spending our money on is in fact what we said we would. And that it also provides a detailed project list for voters to evaluate and a tax rate statement that explains how the taxes are calculated, what the tax rate estimate is, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what this resolution before you is. It is the culmination of those efforts to bring to the voters a program that we believe, based on what they've told us, that they would be willing to support. And so with that, I'll take a pause. Happy to answer any questions that you might have. I will say one last thing, and that's in regards to timing. Ventura County has a requirement that's a little bit more advanced than most counties, Santa Barbara and Ventura together. And so they would like to see a resolution submitted to them by first week in July. And so that would be something just to be mindful of. Other counties you may be familiar with require an August 12th deadline. We don't have that luxury, but I don't think we need that luxury, right? We've done all of our homework. We've done all of our due diligence. And I think the feedback that we've gotten from everybody is strong. So again, that's what this resolution is. It's the culmination of that exercise and provides a number of directions to folks and stipulations to voters as to what we're proposing to do here. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I just wanted to add, this is a draft. This is a first reading. So we are open to input. So I would love to hear the trustees comment at will and be happy to answer questions, of course.
Great, thank you. Mr. Peterson.
I think it's very important, but I don't have any questions at this time.
Selma?
we've discussed this many times. I think that it is absolutely important. We as a board, and I take full responsibility being here the longest, we should not have waited this long. We should have been out many times. I've always said that even the schools that have gone out more often than us, doing bonds for schools is kind of like painting the Golden Gate Bridge. When they get done to one side, they actually start again going to do it again. And we should keep that in mind going forward, that it isn't something that we should put off as long as we have put this off. It's unfortunate that we have to do this, but the way that our the funding we get from the state and federal just goes, all of our money is used to educate our students the best we can. And unfortunately, facilities are not a priority. So we have to go out to the public. I absolutely think we should do this. I think that we've waited long enough. It's time to do it and get our facilities back to where they should be.
Thank you. Ms. Callahan?
Thank you. Sorry, took me. Thank you so much. And I had to reread it real quick. Mr. Isom, thank you so much for joining us today. But I heard $60 per 100, but it was $60 per 100,000 and 6 cents per 100. Okay. So we're looking at, if there's, $1 million value house, you're looking at about $600 per year, correct? Toward the bond. And then can you just remind me for how many years that would be?
Yeah, like a home mortgage, these typically go 30 years. The way that we've structured this particular bond program is to have a couple of issuances. The primary reason for that is if the district has $400 million, there's no way you can spend $400 million in 3 years, right? And that's what the IRS is asking us to do. They don't want to give out tax-free money and have the money sit in the bank. So what we do is we try to align the issuances with the construction schedule and capabilities of your district to take on these dollars. And so that allows us to have a lower tax rate than we otherwise would by spacing it out over time. And it certainly gives you guys a more meaningful and achievable construction goal of getting projects done in a timely manner. Now, the reason I give you this whole background is that there are other factors that determine when we can receive the money. For example, if interest rates were to go up dramatically, that may have an impact on our ability to access those second or third bond sales. If our assessed value, which is all of the tax base that makes up your district, right? All the homes, the dirt, the gas stations, the restaurants, the commercial, industrial, et cetera. If all of those collective values slow down or go negative, which it's only really happened once, but it could happen, that too could affect the timing. But the inverse is true. Right? COVID, as bad as it is for so many things, created the lowest interest rate environment in history. And all of these districts were selling bonds sooner because interest rates were super low. And in many respects, because of strong real estate values these last several years, assessed values were super strong. And so those programs were accelerated. So I say 30 years, it could be 28, it could be 29, it could be 32, but I think 30 years is a fair estimate. Like a home mortgage, again, I think it's an apt analogy.
I would love to add to Trustee Callahan, just for the public's knowledge, the bond that we did get in 1997, because as you can see, these go for so long, we have refinanced those at a much lower interest rate than we originally had them at. All of our bonds now are at like rock bottom interest rates because we have such a great advisor that said, Rebecca, and I was like, let's do it. And so what that does is it saves the taxpayers money. So as those opportunities arise, good fiscal stewards will be constantly looking for opportunities to still save taxpayer money through interest rates. If that makes sense.
Thank you. And I also appreciate you sharing the full text of the bond measure, the abbreviated version, and then also a project list, right? Which is is what we asked for. And so I appreciate that. I do wonder, so share with me, just because this, well, it sounds like it's a little bit new for a while for many people here, but what other districts in Ventura and Santa Barbara County that you know of are also going to be going for a bond in November?
Let's see. Confirmed districts that have adopted and submitted resolutions would include Lupu, which is, as you guys know, in Paula. Also in Santa Barbara, Buellton in the San Ynez Valley, Guadalupe, a little bit north of them. It's not Santa Barbara or Ventura, but San Luis Coastal Unified, very large unified school district in San Luis Obispo, is also going on the November ballot. And I've got another one that's entertaining it in Ventura, but it's respectfully, it's top secret. I don't want to make any assumptions until they give me the direction to proceed. So there's one other potential school district in Ventura that's looking at it that we're working with. There may be others
that you're working with, but there might be others possibly with another organization.
There could be. There's a handful that we don't work with, but yeah, there could be others.
And then I guess with the process too. So there's an election in November. And we were just talking about costs for some other things. Who pays for the election? I'm assuming we can pay an informational component here at the district. We are going to have an oversight committee, is my understanding. But kind of when it gets onto the ballot, like who is paying for the campaign? Because that's not something that we can be paying for, correct? And who does pay for that? How does it happen?
Yeah, so what the school district can pay for would be factually accurate.
Oh, I think he froze. So I think John froze. Is he frozen for everybody else too? Okay, so we cannot. Oh, are you back? There you are.
Sorry,
okay, you froze. Yeah, sorry, John.
I'm sorry.
No worries.
From the very beginning.
I'm gonna turn the video off. Sometimes that slows it down, right? Yep. Can you all hear me? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. So I was going to say what the school district can do is pay for factually accurate, impartial analysis and information. And I think that is something that the district should do, right? You should hear it from the source on what the measure means, not just what factual projects get completed, but what it would cost, how a general obligation bond works, et cetera, et cetera. So that's something that the district can do. However, any advocacy, make sure you go vote yes on the measure, please support our schools, has to come from a campaign committee. That campaign committee is typically a group of local citizens, can be employees, board members, or community members in the district, or outside actually for that matter, and they would fundraise. So they would solicit donations from folks to say, we've got this on the ballot, we want to get the word out. You've always been a friend of Ventura Unified, or you're working with me, or you might work with me, et cetera, et cetera. But that's how those funds are raised, is that the campaign committee solicits donations, the dollars of which would be used to send out mailers and things in the newspaper and that sort of thing.
So, and then Rebecca, so it's really not, but do we know roughly how much this campaign would cost or what a budget is? Just like that the bonds are about 28 to 32. Do we know? Obviously, we're not going to be paying for it, correct?
No, we cannot pay for that through. So it really, this is a matter of how much our bond committee can raise is how much the campaign is going to cost. It's kind of like when you're running for school board, the more money we can get, the more we can create, public information pieces. But all of this, even for me, has to be done outside of work time, outside of work hours, if I'm working on helping the bond passed or any other employee. We can only give information. We can't, like John was just saying, we can't advocate for the passage of the bond.
And, if I could chime in as far as how much it would cost, kind of depends on what kind of campaign the district wants to run. With the number of voters you have, You could say, hey, maybe I should raise $1 a voter, right? $50,000, $60,000. Someone might say, hey, you should really raise more money, right? Because we can do more mailers and more signs, et cetera, et cetera. So there's not really a right answer on what's the appropriate amount to raise. But I would say, between $1 and $2 per voter is probably pretty common in these types of bond programs. But like anything, you make do with what you have. And that's part of our job, is to kind of help you guys assess your situation and what the campaign committee might be able to do or not.
And I guess to reference, so really, because, one of the things that I'm just we have so much, this is so needed, right? But we also have all this unfinished learning, and we're trying to kind of grapple and see where we're at. And so one thing is we have people covering each other. So we made a joke earlier about subs, but is not impacting the resources during time, right? Contracted time. So no employee of Ventura Unified should be using any in-kind, hours, resources, mind share for this bond during work hours, because we need to really protect that time that we've invested in and those resources for, for our kids, for our students. So that's correct?
Yes. Wise counsel.
Can I ask a question though, just to clarify that, because I thought we could send out factual information while on the clock, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah. As long as it's factual and impartial, right? Because you could say, here's all the projects we're going to do. I didn't say vote yes, but if all I'm talking about is the good stuff, and I'm not acknowledging that, hey, this is a bond, it's 30-year repayment, et cetera, then that would not be impartial. But yeah, as long as we stay factual and we're not advocating, then district employees, we can use district staff time and we can use district dollars to get the word out, again, provided it's factual and impartial.
Yeah. Informative, not advocating. Like that's their mantra, right? Information, not advocating.
And impartial, it sounds like. And then I guess my piece on this, and this is a statement, is just that we have so much unfinished learning. I said that again and again, and we are so short on resources and staff, and it's going to be so important, and we will figure that out together as a district, depending on what we decide on this resolution of, what's the balance, right?
Ms. Callahan, could I just say one thing? The bond money is brick and mortar. You cannot spend bond money in the classroom on programs. It has to be on improving your facilities. So hopefully that might help you in your, because it is a dilemma. It is a dilemma.
I meant in the campaign for who's doing resources and time and how much and when.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
That's because we are so short-staffed. We have so short on resources. Like we really do need all hands on deck to help our kids right now. And so that's just a question I have. And I have no more questions at this time. Thank you, Mr. Isom, and thank you for the team for answering those.
I would love to add to Trustee Callahan when another school district I'm very close to passed the bond. We worked hand in hand to get that passed, and it was a lot of community support, a lot of, we have a great foundation, we have VEP, we have lots of people who are willing to go to bat for us. So I think that we could develop a very robust committee.
Great, thank you. Dr. Dannenberg.
Yes, I'm in support. I think we need to do this, and I think we're short-sighted if we don't. I understand our educational needs, but the needs of our facility are so great that I think we would be negligent if we didn't go forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Isom, I had a question. I think when we first looked at this, the first round of because we've identified over $1 billion at this point, right, with inflation, $1 billion with the B of need, we had looked at this first bond was going to raise like $395 million, I feel like. And so is that difference, this is 434, almost 435. Is that difference because of the increase in price in values in our area?
Exactly. Yeah, your tax base has had a couple of nice years of growth. So the same identical tax rate that voters were willing to support now generates a lot more dollars. The problem, and you probably have heard this, is that construction cost escalation is probably outpacing our tax base growth. So even though we may be getting more money, at the end of this process, we may complete fewer projects just because of construction cost escalation. So to, Trustee Dannenberg's point, this is something we got to do because if we delay further, we're going to get further and further and further behind. But make no mistake about it, $434 million will do tremendous good in taking a bite out of those most pressing priority projects that exist in your district. And we'll do a lot of good if we can get this approved.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you. And I would encourage anyone who has questions about this from the community to take a look at the list. The resolution has, a pretty substantial list of the projects that would be undertaken with this first round and the school sites that would be impacted. I think it's really interesting, how do you look at a school like Ventura High School built in 1939 and not understand that it is not equipped to face modern challenges for education, including the most basic things like a really strong internet. So it is, I agree with Dr. Dannenberg, absolutely essential that we take this on. I have concerns because we do know that there are going to be some other ballot and statewide ballot measures on this that I worry about. But I feel like every single election there will be those things, and it's just time. We have to do it, and hopefully the community supports it. I have no questions other than that one. So thank you very much. Thanks for staying so late with us. Appreciate it. And this is a first reading, but if there is interest from the board, a motion could be made. Hearing none, I think we will bring this back for a second read. So thank you very much. And we'll bring this back to our first meeting of our June calendar.
Very good. Thanks, everybody. If there are any feedback, please channel them through Rebecca. We'll review them in case we're missing something. But I think we've spent a lot of time on crafting this and choosing the right language. But heaven knows we're not perfect. So if there's any feedback, by all means, get it to us and we'll adjust. And
President Rodriguez, I had trouble getting my unmute off. I apologize. I kept pushing it and it kept muting me. But I think that I'm not sure what we'll gain by bringing this back for a second reading if we're not having any meetings or any clarification between now and then. So I would like to make a motion that we enter into the resolution this evening.
Great, thank you. Do you have a second?
Maybe not. Okay.
I'll second it.
Everyone's just like getting through oatmeal today. Come on. Miss Tom.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Lomax.
Yes.
Trustee Callahan. You're muted, Trustee Callahan.
Probably want me muted. I believe in the second read for this process because of it being such a large endeavor. And so I don't know, what do I do? Trustee Rodriguez, do I vote no? I mean, it's not that I vote no on the bond. I just vote no on the timing. I would like to see a second read.
So then, your only option is to vote no.
No.
Thank you, Trustee Dannenberg.
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you for your support. And thank you, John. Thank you for all your help with this. It's a tremendous project and process, and you do a great job for us.
You bet. Look forward to continuing working with you guys.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, and so then we're going to go back up to our items that we skipped. And thank you to our educators who are on. Sorry to make you guys stay up so late. Item 15A, consideration of transitional kindergarten instructional materials. I'm having a hard time reading personally, so Dr. Castro.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez and, Board President Rodriguez and trustees. Tonight we have the opportunity, as President Rodriguez noted, this is a first read. We will be hearing from our committee, and I would like to in advance thank all of our committee members for the work on this process. Among all the other things that we are balancing this year, that we continue to be focused on setting ourselves up for success at every grade level and every content area for the next year. It's much appreciated. So with that, I'll hand this over to Dr. Molinar and your team. Thank you.
Thank you. This evening, we're here to present on the consideration for adoption of a transitional kindergarten program. Here joining me in presenting is Gina Young, teacher on special assignment for educational services, Shar Daly, one of our pilot teachers, and Natalia Bernardo, another pilot teacher in TK. The purpose of this adoption, why our current program was discontinued and no longer has online access for teachers or families. In addition, it will be out of print next year, so a lot of the online components are no longer being supported, and we won't be able to purchase new materials or purchase materials for new teachers, especially during our expansion of TK over the next few years.
Again, this was not the ideal year to throw a pilot into the mix, but several dedicated teachers stepped up to the challenge. 7 of our 12 TK teachers volunteered to pilot, with a total of 103 students represented. All of the SDC or special day class teachers opted out this time. They each only had 1 TK student, and they teach a TK-K first combo, so it was understandable. We also had 1 teacher on the committee who represented the dual language instruction. She's here tonight, Natalia Bernardo, and she provided valuable feedback for the Spanish materials. So now I'm sorry. Okay. The evaluation considerations for our team were the fact that there is no TK curriculum, really. There are no standards for transitional kindergarten. There's no framework. So we were looking at preschool programs or pre-K programs. So we looked at programs that had options for differentiation for 3 to 5-year-olds. The program also had to integrate all subject areas and have trans-adapted materials available in Spanish. Additionally, the teachers met before the pilot, and they came up with their own priorities from what they liked in the curriculum they have now and maybe what they wanted to change. So a couple of these just to call out is play-based centers. They strongly believe that in transitional kindergarten, the learning should be based on play, not a rigorous kindergarten curriculum. And again, we are going to be expanding TK for the state. So it will go down to 3, kids who had just turned 4, students had just turned 4. Additionally, they wanted a strong literature component with stories that we know and love, and a parent-friendly website and parent materials. Unfortunately, we were not able to pilot that piece of it because the company did not give us access to that, but they did show us around, and it looks amazing. So now the reviewed programs that we looked at, the creative curriculum for preschool was very research-based, but it was a little more cumbersome. For example, it has a lot of objectives for each lesson, and then the objectives have a code, and you have to go look them up in another book. Get Set for Preschool, or Get Set for School, sorry, from Learning Without Tears. It expands the Handwriting Without Tears program that we use, but we found that it was really based on fine motor skills. It was just more of a glorified handwriting program and didn't go into the subjects as much as we liked. So the committee decided to pilot 3 Cheers for Pre-K by Savvis and Pre-K On My Way by Scholastic. And now 2 of the TK teachers who piloted will briefly review the main findings from the pilots.
Good evening, board. My name is Shar Daly, and I'm here to show you some graphs. After each pilot, the teachers rated the program on 11 of our stated priorities and selection criteria. In all the areas, Pre-K On My Way came out ahead. We just want to share a few of those criteria on this scale. 1 meaning is very weak, and 5 is very strong. And this slide here that you're seeing shows how teachers rated the organization of materials for ease of use. Now this slide shows how teachers rated the curriculum in the area of student engagement. Again, the same 1 being very weak and 5 being strong. And finally, we considered the fact that TK students will be younger in the future, and we wanted to ensure that the chosen program would be accessible to different ages and developmental levels. We felt that Pre-K On My Way has more embedded scaffolds and challenges that are clearly laid out in the lesson themselves. Natalia?
Hello, good evening. So after all the considerations and the piloting in our final meeting, we discussed each program's strengths and considerations. So for Pre-K On My Way, most of us found that the way that the lessons were organized allowed for more flexibility for pacing, and the structure worked better for the learning centers. And because the lessons were put on cards and they have teaching tips at the in the back of it instead of having a bound TE. But however, play-based centers could be more defined. Teachers would need to find more time for all of the read alouds, and this program does not work well for large groups. However, we are really hopeful that next year the district will be able to find dedicated paraeducators to ensure the state mandated ratio of 1 adult for every 12 students. Although 3 Cheers had some components that we liked a lot, the organization created more challenges for substitutes, paraeducator, and volunteers because everything was on a bound TE. Also, it was very repetitive with limited literature. The songs were not TK appropriately. The whole group lessons were too brief, and the centers rely heavily on teachers' own materials, which new teachers do not have access to. Therefore, after reviewing the data from the evaluations and having comprehensive discussions of pros and cons, we are happy to recommend the adoption and purchase of Pre-K On My Way by Scholastic for our transitional kindergarten classroom.
You can see the estimated cost is approximately $2,900 per class, a little bit more for our dual language instructional materials, with a total of about $45,200, which includes the extra 2 sets for inventory to be kept at the ESC. And there is no ongoing cost. Some of our next steps, if approved, is we would order the materials in June. August 18th or 19th, we would be able to provide teacher training for our teachers. And then just ongoing support for in regular TK collaboration meetings, with the hope to create more opportunities for formal and informal collaboration, not just with our TK teachers, but also TK through third grade, to really connect teachers around aligned, developmentally informed best practices. We just want to say thank you to all of the pilot teachers who met the challenge of a rigorous evaluation, to our district leaders and teacher specialists who supported the success of the evaluation and selection process, and also to you, our Board of Ed Education, for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Okay, I believe Trustee Rodriguez had to step away, so we'll go with our questions. We'll start with you, Mr. Peterson. Do you have any questions of the committee?
Not at this time.
I see Trustee Rodriguez has reappeared, so I'll let her take over.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. Ms. Lomax, did you have anything?
I have no questions. I just want to thank everyone involved. I think you've been bringing this to us with really thoughtful, getting people involved to try it out and bringing us the graphs and all the information. I just really appreciate the way you present and let us know what you've done. How could we have any questions? Thank you.
I don't know. That's setting up the bar really high. How can we not have any questions?
And then she hands it over to me.
And then Trustee Callahan.
who never has any questions. So I do have a question. Surprise, surprise. And I do appreciate, I concur, Trustee Lomax. I appreciate. So is this going to be, thank you so much for sharing out the estimated costs. I always ask about costs and, is this already allocated into our budget? So you mentioned pilot, you mentioned how much per class. Are we doing a multi-year here? That's my first question. My second question is, when I saw the company, so it looks like a solvent company, great. What budget, where are we taking this from? And it's great that we have a TK curriculum. So that's wonderful. So those are my questions.
Dr. Molinar, I'll go ahead and take just the broader questions, and you can go ahead and take the more specific. In general, when we talk about adoptions and curriculum that will be required for all students, that becomes, in general, a general fund allocation because we are required by the state of California to serve all students with whichever type of curriculum the board does adopt. So that's the broadest answer to that question. In terms of the multi-year agreement, Dr. Molina, I'll send this to you. But the general structure of that is that because we will adopt this, we will want, as we've brought in the past, to get the best overall deal for the purchase. So Dr. Molina, can you share a little bit of information about what we know about how the initial purchase will be structured?
I believe it's just a one-time, we purchased it from the very beginning. But Gina, I don't know if you had any comments on that.
No, I was just realizing that I don't know about the ongoing cost for the online licenses. I'm not sure about that. I have to look into that. But there are no student materials. They're just all included in the kits. That's why there's no ongoing orders.
And those kits don't need to be replaced every year, or they do? I'm assuming they do.
No, they do not.
They do not. Okay, but then there may be subsequent costs for some sort of SOS licensure for the online version.
That's what I have to find out.
I would love to just pop in to say that this is a brand new grade level, right? So we are going to be getting allocations in the future for ADA for TK, which will help pay for any ongoing costs. And as we're bringing in a brand new grade level, like Dr. Castro just said, it's part of our general fund obligation that we would find the money in our allocations to be able to afford the cost of the curriculum.
I appreciate it. And thank you. And I know you guys are so thorough, but I'm always going to ask that question. What's going to be the total? Is this a perpetual license? Is this 2 years, 4 years, what's the total cost? So that way, because our job is looking at policy and budget. And so if you can just come forward with that information, that would be great. It doesn't sound like licensures for this number of students is going to be a large cost. Looks like you guys have a plan, but it would just be great in the future, at least from I'm only one of 5, to have what the actual cost of the adoption is. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Dr. Dannenberg.
Yes, thank you all for all your hard work and all the teachers that piloted this. The only question I have is this part of the state textbook adoption cycle, and does the publisher have to guarantee it for the next 7 years?
Dr. Molinar, I'll go ahead and take the broad and then I'll pass it along to you. Dr. Dannenberg, it's a great question. What's pretty unique about the TK process is that we don't have the broad curriculum array that we have with other content areas. So as Jeannie Young talked about earlier, we're really working off of existing frameworks in early childhood education to help influence and guide us in terms of what this would look like for TK. So Dr. Molinar and Jeannie Young, if you can please add into that.
Yeah, really right now, just recommendations that we've received from the county, especially during our expansion in TK, is really just to look at the framework and that be our guide. And then also when we think about just the alignment from P3, from preschool through TK on to 3rd grade.
Anything else, Dr. Dannenberg?
No, thank you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. I look forward to getting the additional information, but I really want to just say thank you to those of you who took time during all that we have been doing this year to add to your plate and pilot this. It's the only way we move forward, but it of course comes at a huge cost to you all and your day. So thank you. My only question was this seemed like it is a different company than the curriculum that we just adopted last meeting. And I saw that Savas was one of the ones that you guys piloted, but didn't care for. And I just was wondering kind of how that works, not being a teacher myself, curious, like, does it not matter? Does it just kind of seamlessly work together and it doesn't make any difference if that you're weaving together different products?
Well, I can tell you that for TK, they only have one curriculum. So the one last week was for kindergarten through 5th grade, or last 2 weeks ago. Yeah. But yes, what you're saying is correct. All of our curriculum comes from different publishers, so it just we make it work.
Great, thank you. So is there interest in a motion, or are we going to wait until we have the additional information? Not seeing anyone.
I make a motion that we approve.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes, and I look forward to getting the additional information. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you all for this. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Up next, Dr. Castro with consideration of supplemental social emotional learning curriculum, 2nd step. Again, the first reading.
Thank you, President Rodriguez and trustees. I'm going to spend a little bit more time setting up this group because it's unique in the way that the year played out. So I actually want to take us back to last year through the LCAP process, through the adoption of the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant, and at the board's direction, we had anticipated an intensive socio-emotional needs that we would be inheriting at the beginning of this school year. We brought forward several times through special board study sessions, through the LCAP process, with several an array of services that included our general education behavior team, bringing on our social workers, setting aside resources for speakers to inform a series of events that we had. And then this element, this curriculum was one element of that. I haven't listed all of the services, but this is one more of that array of SEL supports that we had anticipated wanting to be positioned to use for the beginning of this year. So when I anticipate there's going to be a question about the funding, this board has already approved the funding for this. So tonight it's a little bit different in that we had utilized this as one spoke within our hub of SEL supports. But tonight we're coming to you to talk about what we've learned about this curriculum and the options that we have as a district to be able to take this forward in a more formal way. So that's I'm open to have any questions, of course, at this point, but I would welcome hearing from, I'm looking for pictures. Miss Elisa Raras, where are you?
Yes, I'm right here,
Okay,
Dr. Castro. I am right
here.
here.
You are very much.
Yes, I am.
Pass this on to your team.
And I just want to say good evening, and we are excited to bring Second Step. It's, as you know, a social emotional learning. It's our social emotional learning curriculum, and we're excited to have this considered. I do want to introduce Cheryl Burns, Assistant Director of Student Support Services, who's here tonight as well, and Matilda Dracula, who is our SEL TOSA. And Matilda, if you want to say hello so we can start with the presentation.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for having us here today for this consideration of the formal adoption of Second Step. Let me just get the slideshow going here. All right. So Maria, should I just go right into
Yes, we can go ahead and start. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So Second Step is an evidence-based social emotional learning program for grades TK through 8th grade. It's aligned to academic standards. So on their site, you can see for the elementary schools, it is aligned to the Common Core State Standards for language and literacy. And for middle school, it's aligned to the single subject English language arts and social studies standards. It's also aligned to the CASEL social emotional learning competencies, which are the things that our counselors currently use and which are the foundation for almost all national evidence-based social emotional learning programs. As many of you know, research links evidence-based SEL at a tier 1 or all student level to positive outcomes. So a strong evidence-based SEL program can lead to student gains in social emotional skills, improved attitudes about self, others, and school, pro-social classroom behavior, and academic achievement. Additionally, there's a reduced risk of conduct issues and emotional distress. And a 2017 meta-analysis also showed that even months or years after SEL exposure, when students were out of a program, if they had experienced an evidence-based SEL program, they were still seeing these effects, these increased levels of academic success and a lower risk of adverse outcomes. So the foundations of school-wide SEL are explicit SEL instruction on an ongoing basis. So Second Step includes a comprehensive research-based curriculum for all students, TK through grade 8. And there's a benefit to having it be school-wide in that all the adults would be trained and have common language and practices so that they can reinforce the social emotional skills that are being taught in the classroom. We had a big focus on ease of instruction. As Dr. Castro mentioned, this was paid for as a support during this time when there is a very high level of social emotional need, not only from our students, but from staff as well. And one thing we're aware of is that staff with additional responsibilities do not have as much prep time. And so one of the big focuses for us was that this is a program that is easy to use with very little teacher prep. So TK through 5th, each teacher has a physical kit, which includes engaging developmentally appropriate materials. Online, they have access to videos, songs, and handouts. And they have, again, both physical and online copies of their lessons that they can print out, as well as for the younger students, things like puppets, posters, tailored to each grade level. For 6 through 8, they have digital kits, so it is all online. Again, it's developmentally appropriate. When I have shared this with recently middle school admin, they immediately saw one of the videos and said, I saw that last week. So it's dealing with, at each stage, some of the real problems that kids are coming up against. In 6 through 8, they're also tracking and monitoring tools so that if you have, say, 3 7th grade periods, you can monitor which lessons have been taught. You can teach half a lesson with your first period and leave it until next week. And it will track your progress so that you can monitor where you are with each of your classes. And again, the lessons are very easy to teach. In the digital kit, you just pull it up. It walks you through the goals, the videos, the handouts, which are also available in Spanish. And it is just very easy to use. There are also parent letters that go out with each lesson or with the majority of the lessons that inform families and community members about what the students are working on so they can reinforce at home. And for principals and administrators, there are pre-made customizable staff development workshops that they can lead with their staff. So even for administrators who also have a lot on their plates, it is an easy to use program. Again, the feedback we've heard from teachers and counselors ranging from elementary school to middle school to our middle school opportunity program has been that it is easy to use and that their students have been engaged and really looking forward to this time, especially because, again, this year there has been such a high need for social emotional learning supports for all students. So this year we have had kind of a soft rollout at SEL workshops. I've been leading trainings for teachers, counselors, and administrators. I have also done trainings at specific sites, whether for targeted groups like a whole staff at a site, an admin team, or just modeling a lesson in individual classrooms. And at our mental health meetings, we've also had opportunities for people to learn the curriculum. So our kits are a one-time purchase, and they maintain access to the online stuff throughout. The digital kits we purchased were in year 1 of a 5-year license for grades 6 through 8. So here is just the cost breakdown, which again has already passed. So this is not an additional cost. It's an already paid one-time cost. And if we were to renew, we would not have to worry about that for another 4 years. So currently our 5-year middle school license covers 4 sites, Anacapa, Balboa, Cabrera, and Data, our 4 largest middle schools. And it's approximately $8,700 per large middle school site per 5-year license. And so that includes all the teachers at that site being able to access materials, which are frequently updated as they roll out new improvements. So our tentative timeline here, as I said, this year is kind of our soft rollout, especially as people are adapting to being back in person and all of the different mandates that we've gone through. Year 2, if this gets adopted by the board, we are hoping that we can have full implementation in elementary and implementation in 6 through 8 classrooms on a site-based level based on the staff considerations because they have to figure out for middle schools when it will be taught and by whom. So for that, they're going to be figuring that out. Years 3 and 4 would be full implementation TK through 8. And then year 5, we would assess the program and possible next steps. And that is it. Myself, Maria, and Cheryl are open for any questions that you might have about the program.
Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Matilda. Okay, so Mr. Peterson.
Well, thank you for all the time and effort you put in, but at this time, I don't have any questions.
Ms. Lomax.
I have no questions. It's great information and anxious to see how it works out.
Ms. Callahan.
I do have a couple questions, but I did have a question. So I just want to kind of look at the dollars, right? I mean, I think we all care about that piece of it. And so right now you're asking for approval on this adoption for the 4 major middle schools. That's a 5-year license for $35,000 total. And then it'll renew in 5 years. And then that'll be another cost.
Yes, that is correct.
Trustee Callahan, let me go ahead and take that team, and then you can again speak to the more specifics.
Yes.
As I stated in my opening comments, in this case, it's a little bit different than it has been in the past. At the end of the last year, we came to you with a broad array of social emotional supports, for 4 of which I've detailed prior. In this case, we are not coming to you asking for an approval of an allocation because that was already obtained from the board. What's unique about this is we are asking for the board to formally adopt a curriculum. And some of the things that's some additional background that's good to know for the public in general is that Ed Code permits us to supplement curriculum in a variety of ways. In this case, the team, having had the exposure and the ability to utilize this in real time and to be able to support our educators with the level of need that we're seeing, we're actually coming to you to formally request that this be an adopted curriculum in Ventura Unified. So Maria or Matilda, Cheryl, is there anything else that you would like to add?
No, I think you covered it, Dr. Castro.
Yeah, just the clarification that has already been paid. And so we would not need to consider another payment for this program for another 4 years.
With the exception of the elementary, correct? Like when we expand to the elementary? No? Okay. I will. If I could possibly, and I know, thank you so much. It sounds like it's already approved that, the Ed Code, the supplemental components, but maybe even in a Friday letter or even in an email, if I can just get what the total cost is to date for this program, just so I can have for my own edification, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
We can definitely do that.
Great, thank you. Dr. Dannenberg.
I have no questions. Again, thank the staff for their hard work. It's a good program. So I'm in support.
Great, thank you. And I too, thank you. This was a godsend in the middle of COVID to have this, and the way that staff was able to really just jump in and embrace this new thing and really try to, you implement it while we were building the plane, to borrow from Dr. Rice's description, right, was really impressive. So thank you for all of that work. And although, again, this is a first read, if interested, a board member can make a motion. Are you guys just going to wait it out?
I'll move approval.
I second. That's my first second.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you, Calvin.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Great. Thank you. And sorry to make you stay so late. Dr. Chandler, item 15C, the MOU with VUEA.
Yes, thank you so much. So This MOU, as we spoke about earlier, we have had a position open for the majority of the year trying to get a teacher on special assignment, our TOSA, for special education. And so what this MOU clarifies is that it allows a teacher who opts to take the job of a TOSA to return back to their prior assignment after 1 year if they so choose. I'm happy to take any questions.
Do we have any questions? You have a motion? Do we have a second?
Did we get a motion?
I didn't hear the motion.
Callahan made a motion.
Okay, second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Before I give you my yes, I just want to thank the associations for their work to help us fill this position. We've been trying so hard to get filled. So thank you all for all your hard work. Yes.
Thank you. And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Yeah, thank you. The collaboration is appreciated, as well as your staying up so late. Poor Dan looks tired, but great. That brings us to item 15E. This is the resolution regarding regular governing board member elections for this November election. This is also a first read, but again, action could be taken. Dr. Rice.
Yes, thank you. I don't have a lot to add except to say that this is the resolution that would consolidate the board member elections with the general election. We really have to do this, so entertaining a motion would help us not have to bring this back for another board meeting and another long night. So just saying.
I move for approval.
There you go.
I move for approval.
I second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And we're going to continue to be in denial about who's running for re-election or who's not, but we're going to just be excited for the future. Okay, item 16A, presentation. Oh, no, we already did that. Never mind. Item 16B, the governor's may.
15F, you missed 15F.
Oh, okay. And it's like something that's like so not important, Velma. Consideration of board priorities for the 22-23 school year. Dr. Rice.
Yeah, just very briefly, for any of the members of the public or those on the call this evening who were not a part of the first couple of efforts, the board entertained a board agenda item that incorporated a SWOT analysis: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Following the conducting of that SWOT analysis, we gave our district leadership team an opportunity to do the same thing. I spent some time consolidating those into a long draft. And by the way, that opportunity also was extended to our association leadership, and they put in. And so because the document was very comprehensive in nature, the board asked that we bring it back for a special study session, which happened last week, to do some wordsmithing and some consolidating and just making sure that everything was in order. So we spent quite a lot of time on this already. So I don't have any new material to add. I would just be prepared to have the board discuss any other items they wish to discuss before voting on it.
Great, thank you. And just thank you very much, Dr. Rice, for your work on this. Really appreciate you bringing everyone's feedback together and putting it into this format that really kind of guides our movement over the next year and a half, and sets our priorities. So thank you. It's good work. Any comments, board members, or questions? No, if not, I will entertain a motion. Oh, Ms. Callahan.
I do. Can I share my screen real quick? Are we able to do that?
Yes, you are.
Oh, I can. Okay. I just want to share. I know that in our adoption of these board priorities, one of our first things around student achievement, you'll notice literacy for all students by the end of third grade. And we had this press release was just shared out by our state superintendent, Tony Thurman. On Friday, there was a literacy webinar that more than 550 districts attended. And in addition to a handful of amazing speakers and presenters and assembly bills that were shared, it was really looking around how to assure that we are pursuing literacy and biliteracy for all, which is something that we're obviously doing. And I was happy to hear and learn that there's a literacy pledge that districts across the state are signing, and Ventura Unified did sign. So thank you, Dr. Rice, and thank you, Dr. Castro. So not only, because sometimes, right, we have these goals and lofty goals at that, dreaming big, but sometimes, they don't, takes a little time to get some change. And so it was really refreshing to already see that we've already put an exclamation point, an underscore around literacy by the end of third grade, and that not only that, but we are joining a collective group across the state to ensure that we're serving all of our students and ensuring that they're both literate and biliterate. So thank you so much. That's all I wanted to share.
Great, thank you. And do we have a motion?
We spent plenty of time on this. I'll move.
Oh, I'll second it, Jerry.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now we get to 16B. The governors may revise on the budget.
Ms. Rodriguez, I heard, may I just have a quick comment about the priorities? It's my understanding, and I know that we've had COVID, but when I first came on the board, I don't remember. I know we have our LCAP, right? That's our guiding document. But this, we've spent, I don't know, 3 or 4 special board meetings on this. This is something. So, I guess this is just, just a claim to share is I hope this filing cabinet, right? That it's a blueprint, that we make sure that it's up front and center, that we're looking at it, we're working toward it. I think we all kind of know that there were some lofty goals in there, but that we have spent a lot of time on it. It's important work. And I'm really proud that us as a governing board with our ELT came together to put this together. So that way we do have some direction on where we're going and what we're doing, and being able to communicate that to our stakeholders.
Agreed. And that's why it was done when it was, so that it would drive the budget conversation and the planning for next year. Dr. Chandler.
I was actually kind of grateful for that pause, because I am working on a loaner computer and it's not letting me share my screen right now. So I was going to ask Miss Campbell if she could share for me.
Give me 1 second. I'll do that.
Thank you. Sorry, guys. It's not quite coming up, Anna. I think you have to double click on it, maybe. Sorry, guys. Yay, we got it. Okay. So as you may have heard, the governor's May revise came out, and very exciting news in the May revise right now compared to January. So I'm just going to start on You can go back one. I'm just going to give you the big news first, which is that the revenues came in 55 billion with a B, higher than were estimated in January, which is pretty amazing. And as we probably know, or maybe are learning tonight, Prop 98 gives the K-14 at least 40% of that overall state budget, which is super exciting. So next slide, please. Okay, so we get, well, hopefully, we will find out for sure in a few more weeks after both the House and the Senate have a chance to play around with this. But this slide shows us the governor's budget in January versus the May revise. So for LCFF increases, we had estimated 3.3 billion. Right now, they're showing 6.1 billion. Proposed 98 minimum guarantees you see below the differences, which are at least like in 2021 was $1 billion more, 21, 22, 10 billion more, almost 11 billion more. And then 22, 23, we have 8 billion more than we had expected. And if you remember, last year was a pretty remarkable year overall. So we had estimated our cost of living, our COLA, to be, back in January, they estimated it to be 5.33%. And right now we're up to 6.56%. And it does appear that both the Senate and the House are in support of that, which is exciting. So obviously we don't have 100% confirmation. We'll figure out how it comes out. And then we have this additional one-time discretionary fund of $8 billion, which if your mouth is not dropping open right now, like that's a tremendous amount of one-time discretionary money. And that, I would say, is the bigger question mark on how that's going to play out. Next slide, please. So this just breaks down what makes up the LCFF funding factors for us. And the LCFF is local control funding formula, and that's where we get the majority of our money. So first of all, it is the additional $2.1 billion in ongoing Prop 98 general fund to increase the LCFF funding. The supplemental and concentration calculated basis. So this year that they're talking about keeping the increase in the concentration that we had last year. I'm interested to see if that plays out the same way. And then also the grades band adjustments. So we get different amounts of money depending on the grades. You can see that there's an increase in the K3 and 9 through 12 grade levels. And the May revise, so the COLA, which is 6.56% right now, estimated. And then lastly, the base grant, which is provided by the grades band. Again, the base grant depends on the grades band. Next slide. All right. So I don't want to read this all to you, but you can see this broken down then in numbers. So what does that look like? So if we took the COLA and we applied it at 6.56%, you would see across the grades band how it would impact the money that we got based on our ADA. Additional LCFF investments, again, based on the ADA, you could see how that would impact. And there's the grades band adjustments. And then 20% addition for supplemental and 65% for concentration. Remember, our concentration number is about, I want to say it's 1.52% right now. It's somewhere close to that. So we're about 56.2.4% unduplicated population, which just means these are the homeless, foster youth, ELL kids that we are working with we get additional dollars for additional resources for those kids. Next slide, please. And if anybody has questions while I'm going through, just stop me and I will be happy to answer questions. So I like this slide. So this is
Dr. Chandler. It seems like Dr. Dannenberg had a question.
Sure, Dr. Dannenberg, go ahead.
Finish your presentation first. I think that you may cover it in your presentation, so I'll let you finish your presentation first.
No problem. All right, so you can see the difference in what the dartboard is, how we base, every time we come to you with our three-year projections and our budget, which, we have to be solvent by the third year. We're always looking at these targeted numbers, these COLA estimates that they come up with. So in January, our estimates were 5.33%. Now in May, it's 6.56%. And you can see that in the out years, it also increased by approximately 2% in the following year and like 0.5% in the year out. I would say the third year is usually a very rough estimate. I don't know that I've ever seen that be super accurate. So that's exciting news. I have to also, because I wouldn't be a CBO if I wasn't doing my job, saying that we are also countering 7% inflation rates right now, which impacts us on everything from our electricity, our gas, our food, everything that we purchase. Inflation is hitting us, and construction we talked about earlier as well. So not to be a Debbie Downer, but there's a lot of outgoing costs that are eating this up. Next slide, please. So in the May revise, we added $63 million. This is what the governor's proposing for the ELOP infrastructure that weren't in the first proposal in January. So this would bring the total up to $1 billion, which would then give us ongoing ELOP grant money, which is very exciting. And I guarantee our new director of that would be very happy about this. And again, this is all based on after we go through negotiations with the House and Senate and how it comes out. Next slide, please. The universal TK, this is another one that they wanted to make sure that we had enough money for. So they are still anticipating supporting this. And they kind of gave us the breakdowns to when we should offer it and to whom at what age. And so you can see, and I think Ms. Wallowitz has brought this up before in prior presentations, that, we are increasing who we are offering it to as the years, like we offer it to everyone, but the age drops a little bit, I believe, each year. Next slide, please. And another very exciting, we were thrilled this past year to be able to offer 2 meals to every kid, every student at all of our schools. And next year we can also see that that is a high priority for the governor as well. It's that every child receives at least 2 free meals if they want it on our campus every day. Next slide. So independent study, there are some changes that are coming out with the independent study. They passed some interesting laws trying to get kids back in school at the end of COVID. And the current mandate is to offer independent study is about to expire. So as a reminder, the governor's budget included the following proposal changes to independent study. I don't want to read them all specifically to you, but exclusion of specific independent study ADA from continuation high school, opportunity school, or opportunity programs. So you can read them. But it's still looking like they want to go for that teacher of record, making sure that they're having one-on-one time with an educator to collect ADA on independent study. But we are anticipating changes to that law. I don't want to go too far into it because we don't know all the changes quite yet. Next slide. So there will be, hopefully, if the governor's proposal is correct, some more ongoing state and federal, primarily federal, monies coming to us, which is exciting. We're not exactly sure how this is all going to play out, but it means a whole lot more work for our fiscal services department, but a lot of great resources for kids. So we were excited to see that as part of the process as well. Next slide. So this is a big cost that we grapple with every year. And this is the employer's cost for PERS and STIRS or CalPERS. So the actual cost the employer will contribute for next year is 25.37%, which is above what we are currently paying, but not as far above as they had predicted. So that's not terrible news, not wonderful news. And then I just had a few more things I wanted to add. I think the next slide is just a question slide, but I wanted to throw a few more things in there. He was still very focused on the one-time block grant, which is we are working in collaboration to be a great partner in this grant. So the one-time grant, this is the ongoing funds for K-12. The one-time block grant of $8 billion, that's what they're anticipating, which is exciting. Professional learning, the May revise included the effective block grant for $300 million with a priority set on STEM educators, which is the one that focuses primarily on creating new educators because they know we need one. And there is continued support for CTE throughout the governor's May revise. So I am happy to answer any questions. I will tell you that in the budget coming up in our next board meeting, we will have all of the increased COLAs and anything that we can solidify as something we can use to predict our budget on, brought to you in the next board meeting when we bring the draft budget forward. We are coming off of some pretty key staff being gone this past week, so we're working on making sure that looks very coherent in our budget presentation for you. But I'm happy to take questions, and I know Dr. Dannenberg had his hand up.
Great. Dr. Dannenberg, do you want to go ahead and share your question?
Well, it's really around that last slide on the pension. And for the public, about 10 years ago, the state moved the burden of employee, teacher, and classified employee pensions to school districts, where in the past the state had it. And in some of the past recent years, we've had some pension relief. Do you see any pension relief possibly coming down the road, Dr. Chandler?
I think not raising it as high as we had anticipated they were going to raise it to was the relief that we are getting. But from what I have heard, no. But like I said, it's still in the process of going through the next steps, which is, it will go through the legislature, and this can take several weeks before we have a final say on that, because that could change.
Is the Ed Coalition pushing for pension relief?
Not. I've heard that the superintendents were trying to make some, like I know AXA was trying to make some push for that, but I don't know that it's actually moving.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Dannenberg, I'll jump in and just say from my involvement with AXA, what we're hearing is that the attendance or ADA cliff, which is a result of declining enrollment and the ending of the hold harmless provision that has helped us, along with pension relief, are two very big asks that the Ed Coalition is pushing for, but that are not getting a whole lot of traction.
I don't want to give false hope. So thanks for the reiteration, Dr. Rice. Any other questions? Trustee Peterson?
Yeah, mine's not a question. It's just a comment. As being new, your slides are very well laid out and easy to understand. So I know everyone else is always used to seeing slides, but somebody coming in new, that I can follow along very easily and understand exactly what you're talking about and see where you're going with the slide. So I thank you for that.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Ms. Lomax or Ms. Callahan, do you have any questions?
I have no questions. I just want to say I'll believe it when I see it. I know how this usually goes with the state, but we'll see.
You're a wise lady, Ms. Lomax.
I would like to say thank you so much, Dr. Chandler. I've been reading a handful of different iterations of this May revise, and as we do know, this is unprecedented dollars, and you're exactly right. Our ELOP is 4.8 to date statewide. I mean, some of these things that we have been advocating and fighting for and proponents of are happening or coming in fruition. They're not even one-time funds. They're now going to be long, at least multiple years that we can craft and design. And so for you to succinctly share all the funding streams that are coming through that are unique, yes, it's going to be more work on our end, but what a problem to have and what a neat team to dive into it. I'm so excited with all the investments that we've made, what our future holds. So thank you so much for sharing this update.
Thank you.
Thank you. Super interesting presentation. I actually had like 2 days of this at CSBA this past weekend. Everyone is talking about the budget. One of the questions I had was, it seems like with the free meals for all students, which is a fantastic thing, one of the challenges is getting the forms that we're required to submit for our Title I and other unduplicated population info. And I was just curious, I know actually from talking to one of your colleagues, Ms. Griffin, she was saying it's really impacting OHI, and I know it's impacting us. Do we have any kind of strategies to look at how to recapture some of that moving forward?
So I will gladly give props where props are due. Number one, our call center ladies are incredible. Like Anna Campbell call center ladies, like we start at the school and we give them to the school and we try and we push and we push and we push. And then we remind and we remind and we remind. And then at some point we just take them back. And we have the call center ladies call the homes until they reach somebody. And there is a process for filling those forms out and having a designee at the school site sign those forms. So our return rate, last year it was like in the single digits that we were missing out of all of our 15,300-ish students. And Anna, I bet you know 13. This number by heart.
We were unable to successfully obtain 13 in the entire district last year. So we went through the same process last year.
So I would say we're not being impacted because of our due diligence in, I think Miss Anna Campbell dreams about this every night as she goes to sleep. And these little fairies of numbers kids and getting pink forms in, that's what we still call them, even though they might not necessarily be pink all the time. But we've done a really good job of collecting those. So it is hard. I mean, it's a hard thing to ask a family to put how much money you make down on a form, especially when there's no reward, right? Like it used to be the reward was where your kid will eat for free if you fill out this very uncomfortable form. But now we're saying your kids are going to eat twice a day for free no matter what. But this information is how we get our funding. It is 100% impacts that unduplicated, the UPP percentage rate, 100% it impacts that. So they're critical for us. So thank you for bringing that up because it is such an important thing.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the presentation. If no one else has any other questions, I was going to continue to our next item. But also just, we have a community member who has a hand raised, and I just would make the comment that public comment.
They are actually not on at the moment, but they will come up under another pseudonym shortly. So if you want to wait,
I just was going to let them know that they're welcome to email us, but that public comment has passed for this meeting. So
if you don't mind saying that one more time when they come back on and raise their hand. I
was just waiting. I was like trying to get through the time it right for the.
It'll take a minute because I renamed and then they go back out and rename themselves again. So it's been a fun game of tag, but I'm a little tired tonight.
And so coming up next, we have our discussion on the search for superintendent. And I have a document to share with you. So can everyone see? Sorry, all of a sudden, all of my stuff went away. Ms. Lomax and I have been working on this with Ms. Wolowitz and kind of trying to outlay some of the plan based on our previous superintendent search. And Ms. Wolowitz was kind enough to pull together a draft timeline for us so that we would be able to see kind of what has to happen and by when in order to backwards map having a superintendent to present to the community at the end of June at our final regularly scheduled board meeting for the month of June. You can see that we've already started with the job posting that was sent out this morning to all of our staff. And Ms. Wolowitz has been gathering some information about surveys that could be used for staff and for families and community members. And so we'll continue to work forward on that. The position will close in the second week of June, and then we'll have a week from that time for the paper screening and to schedule things. The plan moving forward is to follow the model that we've used in the past, which would be 2 panels, one that is largely community members and by that community partners, parents, and students, and then the second one that's largely staff, both classified, certificated, and also admin and students. So the one big change I would say is that we've added student board member or student panelists to both of those panels so that we can elevate the student voice in this process. We are planning to have the community panels on Monday, June 20th, which is the first day after we all get done with graduations. And then on Tuesday, the board would conduct our interviews of potential candidates. And this is just the makeup. Sorry, can you guys see that? Maybe it's better if I make it bigger. So that's the makeup of the 2 panels. And of course, this is all open to input from the board in terms of if you feel like there should be more people or different people or kind of whatever your thoughts are. So do we want to go in traditional order? Mr. Peterson, do you have any questions? I know this is probably all a lot right now.
No questions at this time.
Hopefully you're going to be in town that week. Ms. Lomax?
Well, I worked on this with you, so I'll pass it on to Ms. Callahan.
No questions. It looks great, and I'm assuming we'll get a copy of this. Do we already have it?
Yeah.
And I just don't know it. Okay, thanks.
We didn't
That's
send
great.
it
Thank you for your thought.
because of Brown Act issues. Since we were gonna present this, so we couldn't send it to you. But now we didn't have it when it went into the packet.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And it's open if you want to add or question anything.
Looks
That's
great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the idea with the survey would be that, Belma, I volunteered to Ms. Wolowitz that you and I would coordinate sending that and collating the information because staff is just absolutely tapped out right now. So we'll work on that. And the county, the VCOE may help with sending that out, or we may end up doing that in-house. We'll see how that works out. Anyway, Dr. Dannenberg, did you have any questions or comments?
No, I think it looks good. Appreciate all your work on it. It's, we put ourselves on a short timeline. So I think the sooner we get with it and confirm, I'm good with it. Thank you.
Sure. And Ms.
I want to say thank you too. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Wolowitz, did you have anything you wanted to add? No. Okay. Great. So that's all I have. I don't know if anyone has questions or anything besides that. Hopefully we will have some lovely candidates, and I am personally looking forward to the process. It does seem that we have two community members on, so I'll just restate what I said earlier, which is that the time for public comment has passed for this meeting. But you're always welcome to email any member of the board, and we're usually pretty quick to respond. So if you have a question, reach out to us by email. You can find our emails on our district website. Okay, with that, we'll move on to our next item, which is the consent calendar. Consent items are typically routine in nature and are generally approved all in one single motion. We have consent items 18 through 21. Does anyone have any item that needs to be pulled for a separate conversation? No? Seeing none?
I had a question, Trustee President Rodriguez, about one, and I should have asked it ahead of time. It was just something that I noticed, and I don't know what number it is. It's under the invoices and purchase orders. Can I just tell you what it is, and then
sure
backwards map what the number is? So it's for the $40,000 of ELO dollars for Las Posas children. The Children's Center, I think. And so it looks fantastic. And so I was just curious about it. And do people apply for it? It looks like scholarship dollars. So I'm sorry, again, if you guys can help me find where it was in here, that would be wonderful. But
Ms. Campbell, does this sound familiar?
Yes. The question was what it is, or?
Yeah, I'm just curious. It looks fantastic, and it's for English. It sounds like expanded learning opportunity dollars, and so I was just curious about additional money, and do families know about this? So not a long overbriefing. It can also be in a Friday letter, but it looks like we're I don't know, it's my understanding, providing $40,000 for scholarships for students and families, and I'm assuming some underserved families are getting extra childcare.
Yeah, it's targeted at underserved families. They're actually selected. We've been doing this since the beginning of the closures. So we actually started this during the 2019, 20, 2021 closures. And so we're continuing to support particular families who are in need with childcare during this time. So this is a continuation of, this is our third year almost. Of this process. So for this particular provider, we're also offering through other providers so that we can get all of the school sites and meet all the needs of those particular families.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
And we can just all clap for the completion of the C522 ranch process, like all done and wrapped up. Yay. With that, I'll entertain a motion for items 18 through 21.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
So given the time, I'm going to ask that we keep our board reports short and or hold anything till the next meeting if you don't have something super pressing to share. With that, board reports.
I'll just say that I wanted you to know that I'm working with the Oakview community and Supervisor Matt Levere on when the Oakview community purchased the old Oakview school. And it's a very interesting committee because it's being paid for by parcel tax just for Oakview residents. And then the county wanted to come in and take it over. But it's been very interesting. So as we get a little bit closer to any type of resolution, I'll bring back a report. Because part of that, the reason I'm saying that is part of that was when we sold them the community, that school, that if they were going to use it for something other than a resource center, it had to come back to the school board.
Great, thank you, Ms. Callahan.
I would love to share if Dr. Dannenberg, we are both on the committee for PAC and LCAP. So Dr. Dannenberg, you can Yeah, well, I actually want to just pass. And so we have minutes available, and if you guys have any questions, but we had an amazing final PAC meeting and an LCAP meeting that we can share more information, but due to time tonight. We also have, never mind, that's not this. I'm sure there's another committee, but I apologize, and I didn't draft it ahead of time.
Dr. Dannenberg?
Yes, the only thing I would like to say is I just would like to thank all of those retirees that gave so many years of service to the district. Really appreciate your service, and we're going to miss you, but enjoy your retirement.
Thank you. And I just wanted to share that I had a chance to participate in the district's final CDAC meeting, or Special Education District Advisory Committee, and it was really just great to have a chance to say thank you to Marcus Conance and to hear the ideas that parents have for next year and how we can make it an even more productive conversation. So it was really fantastic and much appreciated. So with that, coming events, Dr. Rice. Thanks, Marianne.
All right. I thought we were playing Name That Tune. I knew that song. It was an 80s song. I think it was Rick Astley or something, but I don't know the name of it. Anyway, I'm just, right, Dan? I
thought that was your walk-up song, and this was all played and all part of this for the coming events.
There you go. There you go. We'll have, maybe that's an idea.
Songs ever.
Right, Dan? So I'm not going to read this to you. I know it's late. You guys can read this, but I do want to say, really looking forward to the end of the year events. We've got tons of graduation, promotional exercises, and all the way from kindergarten through high school. It's one of my favorite times of the year where we get to celebrate all of the accomplishments of all of our kids and see the families at these events and how happy they are and how proud they are. I'm really excited about going to as many of these events as I can.
Great, thank you. I know we're all super excited about graduations and promotions coming up, and it's always a really fun time of year. Exhausting, but really fun time of year. Future board items.
Just real quick, we have LCAP and budget. We've talked about those when we mentioned the public hearings. The board has asked to have a discussion on travel and conference over the summer in July. And also we have a plan to re-agendize a public discussion about the Healthy Schools program. And then also there was some mention of the potential of bringing back our athletic directors. This has been a couple years since we did this, but just celebrating the accomplishments of all of our student athletes across the district, and let the folks have a chance to highlight some of that. So that can be during good news, but those are the items I have.
Great, thank you. Board, do you have any other future items? No? Great, thank you. Board superintendent comments. Dr. Rice, do you want to go first?
No, I think I had plenty to say last time. That was enough for the whole year. I'll pass.
Fair enough. Mr. Peterson, do you have anything you want to share?
No, I'll pass since Dr. Rice took up a lot of time last time.
Ms. Lomax, no? Ms. Callahan?
As you guys see on my backdrop here, I just wanted to take this time to share our, deep condolences for the families tonight and the communities in particular for Buffalo, New York, and the hate crime that occurred there, and just to share, I see you. I just want to say that as a trustee, that is something that I definitely. That's definitely something that I wanted to kind of share tonight. I have some more words. There was a post on Facebook that really touched my heart, but I am not going to read it this evening. But I also, and all of our students and families from Robb Elementary in Texas, as we already had a moment of silence. And so just want to know that as we close out the year and we lean in and provide grace with each other, just to, acknowledge what a special community we have. And I look forward to ending this year strong and together. And I look forward to a great summer and what we have ahead for Ventura. So that's it.
Thank you. Dr. Dannenberg.
Nothing. I just agree with Ms. Callahan about our feelings for our fellow communities that are hurting right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very tough time. Well, thank you all. I would just say that, Calvin, we're really excited to have you with us. Really appreciate your thoughtfulness and your willingness to serve, and looking forward to this process. So thank you for joining us. And with that, since I know we have no need to return to closed session, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Trustee Lomax?
Yes.
Trustee Callahan?
Yes.
Trustee Dannenberg?
Yes.
And Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-0.
And thank you to TDC Studios for always being such great partners and helping us with our communications. Very much appreciated. Hope you all have a great night.